The recorder has started.
Okay. Chair Schmidt, would you like to introduce the meeting? I have 5:36 p.m.
I'll ask you to do that, Ms. Leger.
Put this down. 5:36 p.m. This is the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Complaint Committee. This is a remote regular meeting. Remote meeting via video conference. Watch https://bit.ly/3MNQTK1. The password is sunshine. Public comment call in 415-655-0001. Meeting ID 2490-360-1378 ##. Press *3 to enter the speaker line. Today is June 21st, 2022. Remote access to information and participation. In accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N3320, declaring a state of emergency regarding the COVID-19 outbreak, and Mayor London and Breed's proclamation declaring a local emergency, issued on February 25, 2020, including the guidance for gatherings issued by the San Francisco Department of Public Health officer, aggressive directives were issued to reduce the spread of COVID-19. On March 17, 2020, the Board of Supervisors authorized their board and committee meetings to convene remotely via Microsoft Teams and will allow remote public comment via teleconference. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by email to cheryl.leger@sfgov.org. That's CHERYL.LEGER@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. As the COVID-19 disease progresses, please visit the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force website regularly to be updated on the current situation as it affects the legislative process. Chair Schmidt, would you like to read meeting decorum?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to.
Would you like me to do it?
Yes, please.
All right. Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, let's go ahead to number 1.
Item number 1, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. Roll call. Member Wolf. Member Wolf not present. Member Stein.
Present.
Member Stein present. Chair Schmidt.
Present.
Chair Schmidt present. We have a quorum. Agenda changes. Chair Schmidt, are you aware of any? Did you want to talk about our conversation that we had last week, or?
Well, we have a tough schedule tonight. I wasn't sure if we'd end up having all the cases actually go forward. I know that one of the participants, anonymous, asked for a continuance, but we kept his cases on calendar. I believe maybe we could talk about that when we get to them, partly because I think we believe they would just be advanced anyway, with various findings that we may have. So I think at this point we will call each of those items. And I'm not expecting Anonymous to be here, and I don't want to do anything that would be to his detriment because he made a valid request. But I think we should go ahead and call them and see if we might want to advance them to the task force. They all involve the members of the redistricting task force, and they go along with other cases that involve those people. So I don't have any changes.
Okay, I was just typing that into my notes, sir. Didn't want you to think I was ignoring you. Okay. So we will take that as we go into this agenda tonight. We will take all of that into consideration. Okay, roll call. We've discussed agenda changes. Chair Schmidt, would you like to move on to item number 2?
Yes.
Item number 2, approval of the May 17, 2022 Complaint Committee meeting minutes. So I have a copy of the minutes.
Member Stein, do you have any edits, any recommendations?
I didn't see anything that struck me as problematic, so I'm ready to approve them as is.
Okay. Move to approve.
Okay. Do I second that? I second that, I guess.
Sure. If you want.
Okay.
Yes, if any members of the public would like to make public comment on this motion, you can hit *3 if you're calling in. You can hit *3 to raise your hand to be recognized. Or if you're logged in via the application, you can hit the raise your hand symbol at this time. Once you hear the system indicate you have been unmuted, you may begin your comments. Cheryl, are you ready to time?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I am unmuting our first caller.
Can you hear me now?
Hang on. Pilpill? David Pilpill?
Yeah, but I'm having trouble. The computer is being sluggish, so I can't seem to open the minutes right now. All right. If I have a thought, I will get back to you on the minutes. I did have something to say either on item 1 about agenda changes or general public comment. If I can just take a quick second. There are a large number of cases before you tonight. After you've dealt with the minutes, if you could just lay out a bit of a roadmap for complainants, respondents, and other members of the public as to how you intend to proceed, then we can all sort of plan our evenings accordingly. That's my request, comment, suggestion. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, I do not see any other indications of public comment on this item. I believe you can proceed with your vote. Close public comment and proceed with your vote.
Chair Schmidt?
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Wolf? Member Wolf not absent. Is unavailable. Moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Member Stein to approve the May 17, 2022 minutes.
Next on the agenda.
Okay, hang on a second. Bear with me for just a second. My computer is giving me a little trouble. Okay.
Well, I can step in while Cheryl works out her issues.
No, actually, I am ready.
Okay.
Okay, I just had to do something on my computer. It's acting up. Okay. Item number 3, Chair Schmidt.
Yes, please.
Item number 3, public comment. Members of the public may address the committee on matters that are within the committee's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Are there any members of the public who would like to provide general public comment on matters that are within the committee's jurisdiction but not on today's agenda? You can raise your hand by pressing *3 or otherwise use the application to raise your hand at this time. We have one person with their hand raised at this time. Oh, they just dropped it. Looks like we do not have any callers with their hand raised at this time for general public comment.
All right, let's move to the next item.
Okay, just a second. Okay. Item number 4, file number 22036, complaint filed by Anonymous against Charles Young, Elections Commission, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner.
All right. I will try to give people guidance on how we're going to handle these complaints. We have a long list of complaints tonight. However, they're grouped in a way where there's a lot of similarity. The first 8 have a lot of identical issues. The next 5 have almost completely identical issues after that. Oh, I got a question from Member Stein.
Oh, no, I'm saying it's the first 5. So it's items 4 through 8 are the first 5 cases that are similar, I think. And then, isn't that correct or no?
Oh, yeah. Yes. The first 5 are.
Well, the first 5 are anonymous, and then
Yes.
and then there's 3 more against the same complainant or against the same respondent. So yeah, 8 total, but first 5 are very similar too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I have. I want to give each party 3 minutes presentation, and then we have the opportunity to ask the questions about what we think we want to find out from the parties. And then we'll make our decisions. The parties don't need to repeat themselves when they're on a case that comes, where there's a series of cases involving the same issues. We've read your materials, and so there's no need to repeat to us what you put in your writings. We do know what your case is about. The first 5 cases are against Anonymous, aka Anonymous number 3, and that person has asked for a continuance.
Yes.
Based on a medical appointment. Now, I talked with our administrators about this last week, about whether we should go ahead with those matters. And I know that Mr. Young had a recommendation that we go ahead with it. My one reservation was that I want to make sure we don't do anything that would be adverse to Anonymous. If we simply advance the matters to be heard at the task force, it seems to me that we'd be handling our function here. And also, these are cases where we are not really sure if we even expect to have a respondent appeal. So, Mr. Young from the board clerk's office, do you have anything to add to that about the request for a continuance, and yet our attempt that we're going to make, I think, to still review the cases.
Yes, I believe my opinion was that we should leave it on just to find out if we have any respondents, and then we can determine how to move forward once we find out if there is a respondent here to respond to any complaints, because that's one of the big questions regarding all the complaints against members of the former redistricting task force.
Yes.
So I believe that is one question we should resolve. It's more of a process question to find out who is the respondent, and then we can decide how we want to handle each of the complaints.
Okay. I'm open to just going ahead with it and seeing what we can do. It may be that there's just not that much that we want to do, but let's start with the first one. And I'll ask, is there anyone here on behalf of the petitioner, anonymous? Okay, I do not think so, and I know that there was it's my understanding there's a valid request for continuance. Is there anyone to speak here today on behalf of the responding party or parties?
Should we add that this is for file number 22036?
Yes,
Anon versus Charles Young.
Yeah, Charles Jung, I'm going to guess, versus Elections Commission. And so that could be, we could conceivably hear from Charles Jung. We could conceivably, in this case, hear from a representative of the Elections Commission. We could conceivably be hearing from someone from the board of the clerk's office, based on a determination that the task force made last week about their potential responsibility. So
yes, this is Victor
yes.
Young. I just like to ask that if there are any parties associated with this item, if you can raise your hand by pressing *3, or otherwise indicate it. If you're on our website via the application, raise your hand so we can identify participants to this matter. And I'd just like to note we did receive a email from the clerk's office stating their position regarding the matter.
Yes, and I know I've read that through. Member Stein, did you get a chance to take a look at?
I don't think I got it.
Wilson Inc.
I don't think I saw that.
Sorry. Oh, give me one moment. I have one person identifying. Hello, caller.
Yeah.
Are you associated with this complaint? I've just unmuted you.
No, it's David Pilpel. I wanted to offer public comment when you get to
We
that.
are not at public comment at this time. I'm asking for people to identify themselves if they are a party to this matter. If you can raise your hand if you are a party to this item at this time.
I do not know if the email chain that was forwarded to me last week was also included in the packet.
I did not see, I don't believe I saw that letter.
Okay.
I saw an initial response from the Board of Supervisors that was in the packet for the discussion that we had at the full meeting about, who would be the responsible for, or who would be the respondent here, but I don't know if that was the letter. If there was a subsequent letter, I didn't see it.
That might be the one.
Okay.
It was a response that came out after our hearing of last week about this one issue that, where we talked about the clerk's office's potential responsibility or involvement here. So you did, if you saw a message from them I've just seen one since, although it did have some substance about elections commission, who are their technical advisors, etc. Is that the one, Member Stein, that you also saw?
I don't think so. I think it was one that just suggested that they weren't responsible. But now I'm looking and okay, I do see now in a June 15th email, there is something more lengthy here.
Well, from Wilson Ing.
Yeah, from Wilson Ing, but I
Okay.
have not read through it yet.
That's I think that even though well, since we don't have any speakers here, I guess we we could just go ahead and talk about the case. That, I think, it was a valiant attempt to try to sort of give a substantive response to what the task force had ruled a week ago. Yet, I also believe that there are some limitations on that attempt. And let me tell you what my thinking is. That I didn't see one. I still don't, and this would be my question to anyone involved in these cases that might come up, and we may get nobody, which is, who is the custodian records for the redistricting task force? Who is the custodian records for the election commission? And the question, even though we got a detailed email from Wilson Ing, nowhere in there did I see identification of who is the custodian records for those people. So, you know, we're still kind of in a situation where it's like there's nobody. So we have to figure out, you know, how we deal with it. And it may be that we, you know, we need to rely on the finding that we had last week, which, even though reading through Wilson Ing's email, I felt even better about what we determined at the last meeting after I had analyzed everything that he said. Yes, Member Stein. I think
So this contention in his email that RDTF members are ELC personnel would suggest to me that if that is if that's what's being claimed, that maybe it's ELC, which I guess is the Elections Commission, would be the custodian. And yet in the bylaws that create that committee or make it possible, it still seems like Board of Supervisors does all the technical administrative work for them. So you would think they would, and there's no provision about what happens to those administrative records afterwards. But it definitely seems to be somewhere between the ELC and the BOS, even though the BOS is saying it's not us, or not the Board of Supervisors, but the clerk of the board. Yeah.
Yeah, and they Mr. Ing says a lot of things about, well, we don't do this, we don't do that, but there's nothing in there that helps me make a decision that, oh, they're not the custodian, because there's another person who's the responsible custodian here. So I think we still may be in a situation where we got no one else to point to. And they are, you know, they're in these regulations, they're listed. So we may still advance this thing with them, you know, potentially. responsible here.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I had mentioned in that board meeting was that because it seems to be in some nether space between these two these two entities essentially, I would, as the SOTF, I would have just put both of them on the complaint to see could they search their records, were there records there to be had, and then maybe move from there. But it didn't seem like there was any appetite for that. But I just want to say, because if we don't know where these records are and they're personnel one place and somebody else was doing the administrative work for them, it seems like the potential records could be either of these places as well as with the individuals, right? And actually, in this case, the nature of most of these requests suggests that they're looking for communication that was being made between the individuals. And so maybe we do just go to those individuals directly. Of course, I don't know what the recourse is then if they're no longer, with these entities, but that points to a problem in having some kind of records retention policy for the redistricting task force that I think we should address after addressing these cases.
Sure, absolutely. Now, this first case is different than the other 7 because this is not an RTF member. This is Charles Jung.
Okay.
And so I believe that, I think that Charles Jung, unless it's, I think Charles Jung should be here, frankly. And I think in lieu of that, I think there should be someone here on behalf of the Elections Commission. So my thought on this first case is we send it to the task force. It appears that there are clear violations. And to note that nobody was sent on behalf of any respondents to this hearing today. And so to me, this first case, it seems like if we advanced this to the task force with those being our determinations, it doesn't prejudice Anonymous, because I think, we basically would say, we ask that, Charles Jung appear. We ask that we continue to ask, because of ambiguity, that the clerk of the board's office appear. And we ask that the Elections Commission, who was named, appear, and the custodian of the redistricting task force appear. And so those, I think we order all of those to appear. And, who knows what we'll get, but I think this is just a lot of weird, basically who are the parties kind of situation.
Okay, so this is very close to what I had in my notes, with only one question I guess I have here, which is that is this something that is appropriate to have on the consent calendar? Because there was no response, and we say in our letter now that if there's no response, we assume this means you're not contesting this violation. I thought it's most likely the violation is 67.21B, failure to respond in a timely or complete manner. And then also 6721E, failure to attend a hearing and explain withholding. So that's what I have in my notes. And I'm just wondering, could this be consent calendar, or does this have to be discussed as a full hearing in your view? Is this something we could just look at and say, they're not contesting it, we don't know who it is, but no one's taking responsibility for it, and we see these violations?
I would say it's a good point. And
the only thing there, I guess, is that if we still want to hold out that this could be a violation on the part of this would be EC, right? Because Mr. Jung is a member of the EC. I think it's clear in this case. It may not be clear in other cases.
Yeah, just in this case, at this point, and we'll work to the other ones. I you know, I'm always open to the idea of putting on something on a consent calendar. As you know, we talked through possible further uses of a consent calendar. Maybe this is a good one. They didn't appear. They don't seem to be contesting. And the only hesitation I have is that the general use of the consent calendar has been in a kind of a consent situation where someone just says, yeah, you got me. I was late, find a violation kind of thing. Whereas nobody's admitted anything here. And so this is a slightly or more than slightly different variation on what the use of a consent calendar would be. And so, we could try it. We could send it over, see if our powers that be are willing to put it on a consent calendar. We could say that it's a request that it be heard as a consent matter. Or we could just make a motion, say, send it. I don't know. I mean, I'm open. I'm open.
I wonder if Victor or Cheryl have any comments on this. I mean, my understanding of the letters that we're sending at this point suggests that no contest, I mean, not responding is the same as no contest, right? And that we can act from there. But I don't know if you guys think this is appropriate for a consent calendar. I'm just curious from an administrative point of view.
I think this is perfectly appropriate for consent calendar. I think this has all the elements of something that would probably be heard and decided quickly. And since the parties aren't here, I think consent is the next obvious choice.
This is Victor Young. May I suggest that we hold off on making any decisions on the first item until we can determine if there are any other members for different items present? Basically, let's see if there are anybody else around, and maybe take public comment before we make a final motion.
Oh,
Just because we have so many similar items.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is I think this one is a bit different because this one doesn't include the question of who's the custodian of records. It's the Elections Commission. It's someone in the Elections Commission. But I understand what you're saying.
Yes, and may I also caution, not the caution, but the clerk of the board's office and the elections department is not specifically named in these complaints. So any complaints will be against the named parties, which would be members of the registering task force.
Oh, but in this complaint, Elections Commission is named.
Yes, in this one, yes.
Just in this one.
Right.
Yes. I'm fine with your suggestion, Victor. We can, not have the resolution of this, but come back to it. And then we plow forward through the very similar 4 next cases brought by Anonymous. And maybe those will, maybe we figure something out with those, because those may even be simpler than this.
Yes. If that's okay with the chair, may I take the initiative and call some items on your behalf?
Yeah. Do we even need public comment if we have?
Maybe I can call them and identify people first, then we can go back to public comment. We do have Mr. Pelpo waiting in line to speak.
Sure.
But I'd like to find out if we have anybody here for this item before we.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, we have the next item is item 5, file number 22037, filed by Anonymous against Arnold Townsend, Redistricting Task Force, for allegedly violating Admin Code 67.25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request. Are there any parties associated with this case, respondent or complainant? If you can raise your hand by pressing *3, or otherwise indicating you would like to raise your hand through the application. I do not see anybody. The next item is item number 6, file number 22038, Anonymous against Lily Ho with the Redistricting Task Force. Are any parties present today associated with this matter, if you can press *3 at this time, or otherwise raise your hand. The same goes for file number 22039, anonymous against Dika Reno, Redistricting Task Force. Oh, yes. We do have this respondent present. I will go ahead and make them a panelist.
I think Dika Reno was not a him.
My apologies.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Are there anybody to represent the complaint against Matthew Castiglione with the Redistricting Task Force? You can raise your hand at this time. And then, are there any parties related to SF Text against Chesa Lee, Redistricting Task Force?
Mr. Lee had emailed me earlier this week saying that he was going to participate.
Okay. If you are there, you can hit *3 if you're calling in to raise your hand. Otherwise, you can raise your hand through the application. And is there a representative from the complainant for SF Text? I do not see anybody.
It's my understanding that may be Anonymous claimed that was an anonymous case. I don't know why Anonymous would be using another
we will double check and we will change the title as necessary.
I'm not sure, but that may be also. Anonymous requested to not appear tonight based in that case. So I think maybe we're supposed to be treating it as we would the other four. I don't know.
Yes. Okay, and then we have item number 10, complaint number 22050, filed by Joe Fitzgerald Rodriguez against the Redistricting Task Force members, various members. Is there any representative for that one at this time? I do not see anybody from the complainant side at this point. And then I believe we do have item number 11, complaint filed by Will Jarrett against Arnold Townsend and Dika Reiner of the Redistricting Task Force. I believe that Mr. Jarrett is present. I have made him a panelist. So it looks like we have one respondent for one item and one complainant for a different item. They have been unmuted. They have control over their own microphones at this time.
Okay.
Maybe you can take the first one with member Reiner first, as that occurs.
Yeah.
That would be item number 7, file number 22039, complaint filed by Anonymous against Dika Reiner, Redistricting Task Force, for allegedly violating Administrative Code 67.25 by failing to respond to a media disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner.
Okay. Let me just, before we hear from Dika Reiner, I just want to say that we're going to hear from you about your matter, and I appreciate you coming tonight. We can't make a final decision. This is a committee, and basically we look at the case and we figure out what we want to make, what recommendation we may want to make to the full task force. But there was a request. The petitioner's not here today, but we are familiar with the petitioner, and the request to not appear was valid. But we would like to hear from you, because we may have questions for you about your matter. And I know your matter is different than the others, and you were fairly responsive. So at this point, I think let's go ahead, put Dika Reiner on the timer, and you can have 3 minutes to tell us about your case.
All right, hang on.
Ready?
Nope,
Let me know.
I will. So we are hearing item number 7. Correct, Chair?
Yes.
Ms. Reiner, are you ready to begin?
I am ready to begin.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, so I have the same comment to all three of the cases. I have made every attempt to be responsive. Some of the people requested what I felt was unreasonable amounts of materials in the middle of the most difficult part of the redistricting task force's decision area. I sent them the appropriate language for them to understand that I will provide them with the materials as soon as I'm able, and I asked for an extension. I believe that Anonymous didn't think that that was appropriate. He wanted it immediately, and there's nothing I could do about that. I sent all the materials that I had in my possession that I could possibly send him. It took 10 downloads for him to get it, and I'm not sure what else he wanted. The same thing is true with Mr. Jarrett, although much less, there was no problem with communication or anything like that. It was just a matter of getting materials to him. And also with, who was the other, Rodriguez? Is that who the other one was? So in my opinion, I've sent them all everything that I can. If they want to get anything else from the clerk, they can, whatever they have. I have nothing to hide. I've also responded to the committee for the files. And as far as I'm concerned, I have fulfilled my obligations, and I have done much further than I think that it should have been required in some cases, because we were in the middle of a very contentious and very difficult period. And I thought some of this was really unreasonable. But that being said, I did make an attempt, and I'm no longer part of the redistricting task force. That's been disbanded. So as far as I'm concerned, I have fulfilled my obligations and have attempted in good faith to provide everything that you need to the committee as well. And so I feel like I'm done in my attempts. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much. We probably have at least one or two questions for you. And we'll at least be asking you about the first case, which is from Anonymous. Although since you're here, we will probably be also asking you about any of these other matters. Although I think because Mr. Rodriguez is not here, I don't know if we'll technically separately talk about that. And with Mr. Jarrett's matter, since Mr. Jarrett is here, we will want to hear from Mr. Jarrett.
Can I just say that I have a time limit. I only have a certain amount of time. So if you guys want to ask questions, I'm happy to do that, but I need to leave here at 6:30.
Okay, sure. And we'll probably be quick, but it's hang in there for a few minutes. So next I'll give it to Member Stein. Any questions for Dr. Ron?
Yeah, I don't think I do. On this case, I just had a question for Anonymous, which was whether all the records were eventually provided, or whether they had any reason to believe that they weren't. That is really my only comment on this case. Yeah.
Okay.
My only question.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, there's likely, a technical delay here. I certainly empathize with the fact that they were in the middle of a huge event and they were getting these requests, and they're not paid employees. So that's just I just want to acknowledge that this is not your typical situation.
Yeah, I understand. I understand both why people wanted records quickly because of the decisions that were being made in a short time frame. But and I've said this before, and I know public doesn't always agree with me, but I do think there's a description for what an IDR is, and I don't think this request was an appropriate IDR. So in my view, at least in this my reading of this case, I feel like it was provided in the correct amount of time, given the kind of request it actually was, which to me was not an IDR because it wasn't, you know, kind of simple, straightforward, easy. I forget I have it written down somewhere what the requirements are, but it didn't seem to meet it for me. So my only question was whether everything was provided or whether there was any reason to believe that it wasn't.
So you're
And
thinking
that's,
there's a possibility that we'd find it no violation.
yeah, I
I
do.
got it.
If
Got
it's
it.
not an IDR, I don't see a violation here unless there's some reason to believe that, you know, all the records were not provided, and they seem to have been provided. So,
Yeah, I do have a question for Dika Reiner, which is, do you have any idea if there is a person who was supposed to act as a custodian of records for this task force that you were on?
I would like to know that too.
Thank you. Got it. Got it. That's part of our issue here, and
I understand.
it's a you know it's just a thing we have to burrow into. Okay.
I didn't even know there was such a thing. I mean, you know, this I didn't even think until I heard you talking about it. It wasn't an issue.
well,
Did you
could I
speak with
actually?
it? Oh, did you make any contact with anyone? And this may include the clerk's office, but anyone about processing the request that you received from Anonymous?
What do you mean processing?
Well, about, you know, what should I do to respond? What are my options? In terms of between the time you had received the request and
I think we all did, Mr. Schmidt. We all tried to figure out because many of us had never been sunshine before in our lives.
Got it. Got it. Okay.
So, you know, of course, we asked the DCAs, we asked the clerks, we asked anybody who could help us.
Okay. Okay. And when you say clerks, you mean the clerks of the board?
Yes.
Okay, not clerks of the elections commission.
No. Had no contact with them.
No clerk, no contact with them, and the task force didn't have a clerk.
No.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I think that's the extent of what I wanted to ask, is to figure out if there's something out
We
there.
we were pretty much on our own.
Member Stein.
Oh no, I was just going to say, so were any materials that were given to you in preparation for the task force, who were they given to you by?
I don't know what you mean.
Like, did you have any materials whatsoever that outlined how you were supposed to work? Any research that was given to you to help you make decisions, anything like that?
No. Anything that was given to us was on the public websites, and it was just, you know, simple stuff. No.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So Member Stein,
I don't think so.
this is my, and if you can bear with us, well, you know what we should do is we could, since Dika Reiner is here, I believe that she's already talked about the 3 cases that are against her, but I'm going to go ahead. This may be unorthodox, but let's go ahead and we got no one else here except for Mr. Jarrett. And so why don't we, unless you object to this procedure, Member Stein, let's go ahead and hear from Mr. Jarrett and see if there's any response. There may be no response from Dika Reiner. And then we will figure out what we're going to do with these 8 matters. How about that?
Okay.
Okay.
So, item number 11 is file number 22056, complaint filed by Will Jarrett against Arnold Townsend and Dika Reiner, redistricting task force.
Okay. So just on this matter, which is our 8th of 8 matters today, involving the RDTF. First, we'd like to give 3 minutes to Will Jarrett. Anything you want to tell us about your case? We've already read the file. And then any response, if there is any, from Dika Reiner. and then we'll talk about this case. When you're ready, Cheryl, Mr. Jarrett's turn.
You said he gets 3 minutes, Chair Schmidt?
3 minutes, yes.
Sounds good. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah, just a second.
Oh, sure thing.
I want to make sure that, okay, you ready, sir?
Yep, all ready to go.
Go ahead.
Good stuff. All right, I just want to say thank you for holding this meeting. It's much appreciated. And also thank you to Vice Chair Reiner, or Miss Reiner, for attending the meeting. It's really much appreciated that you've come. And I completely understand why members of the task force would not want to come a million miles within like a million miles of another city meeting. So it's really appreciated. The body of my complaint is essentially, so I asked for records from Chair Townsend and Vice Chair Reiner for the period 1 a.m. on April 9th to 11 a.m. on April 10th. I wanted to keep it as a fairly short period because I know that people would be inundated with these kind of things, and I wanted to keep it to the two members that I thought would be most useful to hear from because I didn't want to just inundate people indiscriminately. I think the first prong of this complaint is fairly clear cut because I never heard a response from Reverend Townsend. The second part of the complaint relates to Miss Reiner. Miss Reiner was very communicative and did provide records. She provided, I think it was 265 emails. But unfortunately, so I had asked for text messages, emails, and call logs from this particular period. And that was from the task force email and also from Vice Chair Reiner's work email, which I had been informed that she used for task force business. The emails that I received, as far as I could tell, they were all just forwards from the generic task force email. Rather than any that had been written by Ms. Reiner herself. And there were also no, I didn't see any records of any communications between task force members in any of the records that Ms. Reiner made available. And given that this was a period in which, there was a very controversial vote going on at this point, and I think records that have been provided by other members show that there was a lot of communication flying around between the members, it seems unlikely to me that there were no text messages, no calls, and no personal emails made by Ms. Reiner in that period. And so, yeah, I think that's all that I had to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Now, when Cheryl's ready, you have up to 3 minutes, Ms. Reiner, if you have any response.
I have nothing to say. I didn't have any of those, and I would have provided them if I had them.
Got it. Okay. So your position is you gave everything to Mr. Jarrett.
Everything I had.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So we've heard from the parties. Now we may have.
Can I just ask? Oh, no. Go ahead.
That's
Are we in questions? Sorry. So are you saying that you had no communication from Reiner Associates? There was no texts or calls from that?
Reiner Associates is an email address. You can't text from it.
Okay, so no email from that email address?
I gave him everything I had. We were in session most of that time. Okay. I gave him everything I had.
So you're saying there were no emails done from that account?
No, that's not what I said. I said that I gave him everything I had. Okay. And what was generic was because it was being sent to that account from the SF.gov account. And we don't even know how it was sent there. I did use that account for other email.
Okay.
Work, but I gave Mr. Jarrett everything I could, and I am done as far as I'm concerned. I've been trying to be very responsive, but I can't give him what I don't have. Okay, and a question for Mr. Jarrett, which is why do you believe that there
were other than you feel that there had to be communication flying around, do you have any specific reason to believe that there was other communication that was out there that was not delivered to you?
I don't have evidence of that, but I think it would be possible for this group to find it if they looked at communications from other task force members.
Which at this moment we don't have. Okay. All right, those are all my questions.
All right, I have to go. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think that's everything we need, although you will probably hear something about our results tonight. We will probably need to advance one or more of these to the task force because we can't finish them up in any way. And so just that's an FYI, but thank you for being here.
Okay.
So now, Member Stein, I'm going to suggest that we've heard from all the parties in all 8 cases.
Okay.
Maybe we go back and go one by one and decide if what we're going to do, if we're going to do anything with one at a time, and then we can, I believe, then have public comment, and so we'll have each one dealt with in order. Does that sound all right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's, I should probably ask, probably Victor, if you could call us back to the first of the series.
Yes, I believe we're going back to the top, which would be item 4, file number 22036, anonymous against Charles Jung.
Okay. And so our question here is, what should we have a motion? And there was the idea. Now, I'll ask you, Member Stein, did you have a sense of whether some of these others would be consent matters?
Yeah, I think many of them are ripe for consent.
Mm-hmm.
Item 5, 6. Sorry, I have to look at my notes as I go. 7, I think, is harder. I would want to know from anonymous for number 7 whether they believed all material were there. If they think all material was there, I would be inclined to stick that in the consent. If they have some pressing reason to believe that the material was not there, then maybe differently. Number 8, I could move to consent calendar. 9, which we're now saying is possibly anonymous, I think could also be a consent calendar.
5, 6, 7, 9. Okay.
So you're
No, I think I said 8 as well.
In addition to 4, 8, I'm not sure about. Okay, 8. I'm sorry.
7
8.
is the one I'm not sure about because
4, 5, 6.
I just have
8.
that question for the petitioner. But I mean, my sense is that Anon would probably tell us that all the records were provided, and in which case, yeah.
Okay.
In which case, I don't think there's a violation, and I would move it to the consent calendar.
Okay, just want to be sure which items you want. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 sent to the consent calendar.
Well, we're not quite like binding them together in any technical way, but we're just sort of. I think Member Stein was kind of answering my question about are we going to be talking consent with other cases? Which
10 could be consent. 11. Again, 11 is hard because, I mean, we just don't have any evidence that there's any more information to provide. but that could go to
Yeah.
consent.
I wouldn't go to consent with 10, but we'll get to that. 5, 4,
Okay.
5, 6, 7, and 9 might be consent. Now, I thought of another problem with consent here, which is we are, I believe, in a position to include the clerk's office as a responsible party on some of these complaints. And so I believe that, you know, I know they're not here today, so it seems like maybe they've already decided, you know, let's not appear. But there may be kind of it's not a clear issue to me, because my theory would be as follows: that the clerk's office, without knowing who, or at least as far as I know, without knowing that there's any kind of a supervisor of records that is involved here, the clerk's office had notice of several of these, that because they heard from these individuals. And so the clerk's office knew about the public records requests. And I believe that they may, at that point at least, be deemed a custodian, and that as a custodian, they would have a Smith v. Superior Court limited obligation to inform the members of that task force that they need to go through their texts, go through their emails, filter out their private information, and produce the rest based on the request. And so I don't believe the clerk's office thought they had that obligation. And so having not done that, that would be the problem, where we might say that the clerk's office did not comply with their role as a, you know, it's sort of like a custodian by default in a way. So that's my sort of theory about why they may be something we've got to think about here.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it feels like this is a sort of special body that gets created for a short-term purpose, and it completely fell through the cracks to consider the public records related to this body or the public meetings related to this body, and there are various places that responsibility could be put. And I think there's a compelling case that it's the clerk's office that seems most immediately tasked with that responsibility, because they're tasked with the administrative support. And you would imagine that custodian of records is an administrative kind of position. It's not simply a personnel issue. I do wonder, like, the best way to, like, solve this problem going forward, and whether this is something that we need to, you know, make clear that there needs to be a custodian of records for the redistricting task force, and have some mechanism in policy for providing for that, whoever takes responsibility. But I mean, I hear you, this idea of sort of like a custodian of public records by default. But again, it only puts them in the position to be cited for this, and or to ask individuals to respond who have not responded because they consider themselves, they haven't even been trained in sunshine, even though they're serving this kind of public position.
Yeah, I think that the idea of you know, Oh, I see that I got a written message on my screen that Mr. Jarrett wants to say something. Yeah, how about when we get to Mr. Jarrett's case, I'll allow it. I'm sorry, lost my thought there. Yeah, we don't have we can't have a situation where someone brings a valid request and everybody's pointing at someone else and saying, well, it's not me. But nobody's pointing at the custodian. It seems to me like everyone in the city, technically, if they can't, tell you, well, they're over there, go talk to so and so, then they've got to deal with that public records request. The whole idea of that's not my department. Well, there has to be a designated department that you can send someone to, and that's where we're kind of in that world right
Yeah.
now. Well, they didn't appear, so I guess we could send a 5 to consent and say, I don't. Well, I know that, and I'm not including Deacon Reiner, but the other 5, and we could say we recommend finding a violation, and then we designate who we feel would be included in that, and we just do one at a time. What do you think? Should we do that and start with 22036? And I will craft a motion which says we.
Are you crafting that motion right now?
Yes.
Okay. Moves to forward. Yes.
Yeah, move to forward 22036 to the full task force. These are public records. We have jurisdiction, and we recommend finding a violation. I'll hold off on the well, it's a non-response. They didn't respond at all, so we'll fill in the numbers in a minute. But against Charles Jung, the Elections Commission, the custodian of records, on behalf of the redistricting task force, and the clerk of the board. As responsible custodian.
Shall I read that back to you, Chair Schmidt?
I don't know if
we fully crafted it yet.
Member Stein may have some changes or recommendations.
Well, I had in my notes this idea of a violation of 67.21B and moving it away from 67.25, because I just don't think these are IDRs. What they're asking for is a lot of work, and not simple routine or otherwise readily answerable. That is the actual language of 67.25. And I just don't think we do ourselves any service by considering these as IDRs, because they're just not what IDRs I think are meant to be. But failure to attend a hearing and explain withholding, 67.21E and then 67.21B, I think are what we should be considering. I'm just wondering if there is anything we could put that we also recommend urging these entities, or urging the people who appoint these entities to make it clear to the redistricting task force that they have to abide by sunshine laws, and make it clear to them who the custodian of records is. And if they want to sort of argue between themselves about who should do that, that's fine, but we should know who that is. So I don't know if that can be crafted in or not. And at your discretion of whether you would put it in there, but I think this is the heart of the problem, is that it's a
Yeah.
shifting target, and there are multiple people who could clearly be responsible because they're appointing the members of the redistricting task force. So it seems like that is just an omission in the creation, the rules around creating this body to make it clear who maintains their records.
Okay. The first thing is, for what I had said, Cheryl, let's add in the numbers that Member Stein read, which is 21B and 21E. Those are the violations.
That we recommend looking at, right?
Yeah, yeah. Or well, we're saying
Finding,
consent.
yeah.
Or so we asked that there be, it be placed on the consent calendar for those violations.
All right, 6721B and E is an egg.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. How about I try to word something that goes at the tail end of that, which is in a direction that these entities cure the failure to clearly identify the responsible custodian.
Do you want me to read what I've got so far in this motion?
Member Stein, what do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, you go ahead and read.
Okay, moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Member Stein, to forward 22036, the full task force, that the records are public, that there is jurisdiction, and recommend finding a violation of 6721B for failure to attend the hearing, and E, against the Elections Commission and the custodian of record on behalf of the redistricting task force and clerk of the board as responsible custodians. So there's three people, three groups that you're naming.
It got a little bit garbled. I think it should be a violation of to find a violation of 67.21B for failure to respond in a timely or complete manner.
Yes.
For 67.21E for failure to attend a hearing and explain the withholding. And then a completely separate sentence, which maybe Member Schmidt wants to put forward again, about needing to designate who the custodian of public records is for the redistricting task force. But
can I make a suggestion? What about failure to send a knowledgeable person to the hearing? Do you think that's a reasonable violation?
Was that E?
Yeah, I think that's 6721E. But I might be wrong. Do you remember that, Cheryl?
Yeah, that was in E, Cheryl, but you're right. You're right, Cheryl. That should be in there. I think it's in the E violation.
Member Stein, I was just going to say that there doesn't seem to be a notice of a failure to send a knowledgeable representative to the hearing.
I think that's what I meant when I said failure to attend the hearing. So failure, but you can change it to failure to send a knowledgeable representative.
Okay.
When you're ready, Cheryl, I have 3 edits.
Yeah. So just change the wording there. That is what I meant, and that is part of 6721E. Failure to send an authorized representative of the custodian of public records to the hearing. And explain the basis for its decision to withhold the records requested. That's the technical wording.
Okay. Now, what were you going to say, Chair Schmidt?
Yeah, three additions at the tail end. I had that clause. I don't know if you got that down about curing. And I'm just trying to think of how I worded it because I got it right the first time. Let me try it again. The involved named entities have failed to cure the lack of designation of any responsible custodian. So that comes in at the very end.
Yeah. So, Elections Commission, I think where Member Stein left off was item E for failure to send a knowledgeable representative to attend the hearing and explain the holding against the Elections Commission.
No, explain the decision to withhold the records. Right.
All right, and then that sentence ends.
Right.
Okay. And then Chair Schmidt wanted to bring in the Elections Commission, the custodian of the Elections Commission, clerk of the board, and the responsible custodian
Of the RDTF and Charles Young. So this one's going to include four listed in the consent. And this is consent, by the way. We're sending it to the consent calendar. I think we're sending it if I get a second on this.
We got to say that.
I thought I did. Yeah. It will be that we move it to the consent calendar.
All right, and then we want to say that the involved named entities being the clerk of the redistricting task force. Is that what you?
The clerk of the redistrict, or let's see. Well, we have Charles Jones. We have the Elections Commission. We have the clerk of the board. And the last one would be the responsible custodian of records for the redistricting task force.
Okay. The Elections Commission, the custodian of records on behalf of the redistricting task force, the custodian of records for the clerk of the board.
No, just the clerk of the board.
Just the board. Okay. Clerk of the board and the redistricting task force and Charles Young.
It's the responsible custodian of the redistricting task force. So we got four. And when we get this one done, I think some of these others are going to sound a lot like this one with some changes.
Sorry, guys. It's just I want to make sure I got this right.
No, that's no need to be sorry. Better right than confused later on.
Okay. That the involved named entities have failed to cure the lack of designation of any responsible custodian. That's your last sentence, correct?
Yes.
Chair Schmidt, yeah. Okay, I think we got it.
Would you like to take public comment at this time?
Well, we have a motion, but I don't know if it's been seconded.
I'll second it. This is Member Stein.
Okay, Laura, thank you.
Okay, public comment.
Yes, if you'd like to make public comment at this time, you can press *3 to raise your hand, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. Cheryl, are you ready to time?
3 minutes. I'm ready for anybody who wants to talk.
Okay. Once I do unmute you, you may begin your public comment.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Kaisel Lee. Somehow I missed the thing earlier. Is it possible to appear before the Commission officially?
I'm sure that'll be fine. Why don't we go ahead and put you off, and we'll bring you in for your item when we get to it. Thank you for identifying yourself.
Yeah, if you'd stay, we'll get to you in a couple minutes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pilpel, would you like to make comment at this time?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, so I'm a bit confused because the somewhat convoluted motion seems to have taken in several items, and I may need to have that read back, but let me just run through the comments that I have at this point. So on item 4, the Charles Young complaint, Commissioner Young resigned from the Elections Commission on or about May, or earlier than May 18th of this year. He filed an annual Form 700 with the Ethics Commission on March 30th. He has not yet, according to their website, filed a leaving office Form 700. From what is in the file on that item, it does not appear that the Commission Secretary, Martha Delgadillo, was contacted on this matter. That may or may not be relevant, but normally the Commission Secretary is copied on complaints involving members of boards and commissions. As to the earlier discussion about reaching appointing authorities, in my opinion, an appointing authority is only relevant as to records about the appointment itself to a body, not a member's service on the body. For example, when the mayor appoints somebody to the MTA board, any records related to that appointment would be held by the mayor's office and potentially subject to disclosure and or redaction, but any records involving the member's service on the MTA board would be held by the member or the MTA, not the mayor. The reach of this task force over former employees and officers is an absolutely relevant issue, and I've discussed this at the last few full task force meetings, as are records held by members themselves. I can talk more about that now or in a moment. The Board of Supervisors and the clerk of the board, in my opinion, have absolutely no role with the Elections Commission. And finally, the file is very thin as to the allegations involving former member Jung. So unless you have evidence that the response was inadequate, more than just an assertion filed by anonymous outside a hearing and no response from the respondent, then I think it's difficult to find a violation, particularly as to a person who's no longer serving in that capacity. I was trying to limit my comments to item 4. When you read back the motion, I may have, some other thoughts about those aspects involving former member Reiner and regarding the redistricting task force, which have other
So your time is up.
considerations beyond what I already spoke to. Happy to comment further. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that was the last person with their hand raised. Mr. Lee is here for item number 9. I don't know if you want to go through all the items and just take Mr. Lee's comment once we get to item 9.
At this time, let's wait till we are back on that number, and I will, tell Mr. Lee what we want to do there, and we'll add in anything that Mr. Lee has to say. But let's stay in order this time around.
Can I make one comment?
Oh, yeah.
Just that it might be relevant. I just want to note that even if Mr. Jung resigned in May 18th, this request was made in mid-April. So there would have been a month to respond, even if departure was imminent.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure with Jung that it's much of an issue that he left, because he left after this, after the response period. So any further comments, Member Steiner? Else let's have a vote.
No.
Okay.
Chair Schmidt, are we going to do a vote?
Yeah, vote. Let's do a vote.
Chair Schmidt?
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. I've already read the motion, so I'm taking with what Chair Yankee wants us to do. I will not read it a second time.
So,
Okay.
yeah,
So
next item, I guess.
are we going to item 522037?
That's, yeah, 37, sorry.
Item number 5, file number 22037, complaint filed by Anonymous against Arnold Townsend, the redistricting task force, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner.
Okay. What I am going to just, I'm going to note one difference here that I see. I don't see a difference with the clerk's office, because the clerk's office was in on the communications here early on. But this one, we would not include the Elections Commission or Charles Jones, but we would include Townsend. So that's as to responsible parties. I think the whole rest of the motion might be the same one, same thing as last time. Any changes that you would wish to make, Member Stein?
I guess the only question I have is, if Townsend is identified as part of the redistricting task force, it's still unclear to me whether the clerk of the board's office or the EC would be the right custodian of records, given that the clerk of the clerk of the board's office says that these are really EC employees or EC personnel, which in some instances would suggest that the EC might be the custodian as well, and there is no response here. But I don't know if that factors in or not to your motion, but that's just what I wanted to mention.
Yeah, Well, I think that the same reasons why I think the clerk was someone we should have included, and we did include in the last one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I see that it's different. Now, there are going to be one or two of these where I'm going to have a different recommendation because the member or the individual who got the request never communicated it to anyone, as far as I can tell. So I wouldn't hold the clerk's office. I wouldn't hold anyone responsible except the individual member on those ones. But I took notes on where it looked to me like the clerk was aware
Mm-hmm.
that this had happened. So I think that they should have been instructing the person on their obligations under Smith v. Superior Court. And so that's why I think clerk's still in on this Townsend.
Okay. I mean, I'm fine with your proposal.
Okay. So, Cheryl, my motion on 7.
On 7th is
Five.
number 5.
We're on 5.
Oh, I'm sorry. 37.
Yes.
25 is with limited exception identical to the last one. And the limited exception is there's no Charles Jones. There's no elections commission, but we do add in Mr. Townsend. Other than that, the parties remain the same. You got that, Cheryl? And so if I get a second, we'll be ready for public comment on this one.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Laura.
Do you want to read it back?
Yes, I will read it back right now. Moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Member Stein, to forward item number 22037 to the full task force. That the records are public and that there is jurisdiction, and recommends finding a violation of 6721B for failure to respond in a complete and timely manner, and 6721E for failure to send a knowledgeable representative to attend the hearing and explain this decision to withhold the records. That the custodian of record on behalf of the redistricting task force and the clerk of the board and the redistricting task force and Arnold Townsend. So what are we saying? These violations are against them?
Yes.
Did you mean for this also to go to the consent calendar? Because that wasn't mentioned.
Yeah.
That wasn't.
The last one was consent.
To the,
and this one's
yeah.
To the next consent calendar, so that would probably be August.
And you've got all the rest of the content the same, right? Cheryl?
Yeah.
All the content's exactly the same.
Yeah, it is.
So it should say something like the involved named entities, in this case, Arnold Townsend, the clerk of the board, and the custodian of records for the RDTF, right? The redistricting task force have failed to cure the lack of designation of any responsible custodian of records. Just the same wording as before, but with a different mix of who was potentially responsible.
So we can go to public comment.
Okay, if any members of the public would like to provide public comment this time, you can press *3 to raise your hand, or otherwise raise your hand. I believe the only person we have is Mr. Pilpel at this time.
Can you hear me now?
Just a second, David. Okay. Yeah, got it right. Mr. Pilpel, are you ready to begin?
I think so. If you could read back the motion, that would sure help me.
Stop the clock. Moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Member Stein, to forward file number 22037 to the full task force, that the records are public and that there is jurisdiction. We recommend finding violations of 6721B for failure to respond in a complete and timely manner, and 6721E for failure to send a knowledgeable representative to attend the hearing and explain the decision to withhold the records. That the violations on behalf of the custodian of record for the redistricting task force and the clerk of the board and for Arnold Townsend. The named entities have failed to cure the lack of designation of any responsible custodian and to forward the matter to the August task force, Sunshine Task Force consent calendar.
Okay. All right, so this is specific to item 5 about Reverend Townsend.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll try not to repeat my comments from earlier. The city attorney did advise all of the redistricting task force members in a September 27th, 2021 public memo that is on the city attorney website entitled Duties and Obligations of the Redistricting Task Force. At page 4 of that memo is a section called Public Records. Two paragraphs there, and discusses other duties and obligations of the task force, including compliance with the Public Records Act and the Sunshine Ordinance. Arnold Townsend filed an annual Form 700 on April 1st of this year, has not yet filed a leaving office Form 700 with the Ethics Commission. So there's that. I continue to urge this task force to request a written public opinion from the city attorney on the question of what reach this task force has over past employees and officers of the city. I think there's some difficult issues involved there, and it's not a matter to be taken lightly. I think with regard to records that the clerk's office might have, if they were requested to produce them, then they would be arguably obligated to attend and justify their disclosure or non-disclosure. If these were simply records that only a member of the task force would have by their nature and by the request for email and text messages, then I don't think there's any way that the clerk's office would have those. And so I think it's difficult to attach the clerk's office or anybody else to this matter as a respondent. Again, I think there's some very difficult territory here in terms of who's responsible for what, and I would encourage the task force to tread carefully where you're going. I'm not saying don't hold a hearing. I am saying hold a hearing to develop the evidence, see where it goes, but I would be careful about making assumptions in the absence of evidence or appearances by either the complainant or the respond. Unless you have questions, I'll leave it at that for the moment. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the public commenters. I don't think we have seen any cases where there's a public records request involving an employee who's sort of long gone, or maybe not so long gone, but is gone. And so when we get to that, I think we will have a live issue. Just to sort of take note of one item that we heard about from Mr. Pilpel. I don't know what the answer is going to be, but that's moot, or it's not ripe, let's say. Okay, let's have a vote.
Ready for the vote?
Yes.
Chair Schmidt?
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye.
Already read the item. Let's do the 38, 6, I believe.
Okay. Item number 6, file number 22038, complaint filed by Anonymous against Lily Ho, Redistricting Task Force, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner.
Okay. I believe that Ho should be exactly the same motion as in Townsend, except we substitute the Ms. Ho's name for Mr. Townsend's name. That's my motion. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Okay, that was a motion, Chair Schmidt?
Yeah, that was a motion. Yes.
Okay. Okay, do we want to open this up for public comment?
Yes.
Yes, if there's anybody who'd like to provide public comment, you can raise your hand. I believe Mr. Pilpo is raising his hand.
David Pilpel.
David, hold on a second. I haven't put the timer on.
Okay.
You ready to begin?
I guess so.
Go ahead.
Okay. David Pilpel. So I'm going through the file and trying to figure out what's different here from the other items. This is on item 6. I guess on page 76 of the packet, page 28 of that item, there's an email from Ms. Ho to Cheryl on April 21st, given the complexity and potential scope, I'll require additional time given our lack of bandwidth, and invoked 25A for a 10 calendar day period extension. So I thought I heard Member Stein articulate earlier that, in her opinion, these requests were not appropriate as IDRs, even if they were so designated, and that a normal 10-day response period would be appropriate. I think I agree with that. It was all a bit confusing, but if that's the case, then I'm not following how the motion before you would find a violation. If it's just on timeliness or on substance, and I'm not sure that I saw anything in the file demonstrating that there was actual non-compliance, simply that it was not timely responded to. It's very difficult to work through all of this in the absence of the complainant and the respondent, and yet you're making motions to forward these matters to the full task force. So that's where I am on this one. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. All right, let's have a vote.
It's our only public commenter.
Cheryl, when you're ready, we can have a vote.
Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so we can go to, we're going to have Reiner and then Castellon. Castellon's going to be the same as Hull and Townsend. But we're going to, let's call the Reiner one because I think that's going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, we've already dealt with item 7, correct?
We did.
We had her comments, but we didn't make any motion, right?
We haven't done 9 yet. Oh, yeah, we haven't done the Ditka Reiner case yet. The anonymous feed Ditka Reiner case.
So can we just discuss this one?
Item number 7?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you, I just was waiting for the call, and yes, we can discuss it. You want to call that matter, Cheryl or Victor?
Sure, I'll do that right now.
Okay.
Item number 7, file number 22039, complaint filed by Anonymous against Ditka Rainier, the redistricting task force, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner.
Okay. Yeah, let's talk about this, Member Stein. I do think we wouldn't put it on a consent calendar.
We would?
Wouldn't.
Okay, good.
Not,
Yeah, I was going to say,
consent.
I do have questions for the petitioner here, and depending on how they answer, I mean, it could be different, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, what if we put it on a consent calendar, what we would recommend would be different.
Yeah, I don't have a recommendation right now that we find a violation. I think that may be what you were saying also. However, one thing I need to be careful of is I don't want to advance it in any way to detriment the absent party anonymous. So I think maybe our options are to not send it forward and to somehow have it heard later with us. But I guess the other option is we send it forward with, a not really a recommendation at all. But that, I guess we could say something about hearing something, from anonymous before we find a violation.
Yeah, I would like to hear from Anonymous whether they have any reason to believe that, they didn't receive all of the documentation or all of the records they were requesting. If they felt they received all of the records, I would be likely to want to just forward it to consent to find no violation. If Anonymous doesn't think they received all the records or has like some, plausible belief that they didn't receive all the records, then maybe we would have a hearing. I don't know. So is there a way to postpone it as Anonymous requested, pending, hearing something from them, or what would be your solution here?
Yeah, I guess to me, we got two options. One is that we continue the matter to a later complaint calendar. And then the other is that we sort of like package it together with these other ones, except it's not on consent. And just say, you know, all the, you know, the file is complete. The task force figure out what you want to do. And it does keep it with these other cases, which might be of some value. So those are our two options in my mind. I'd go for either. I'll let you, you know, throw out what you think is best.
Yeah, I guess put it to the consent calendar then, but pending.
No, I don't want consent.
Oh, okay. So
consent.
Postpone it or put it to the full. Okay.
Full task force with no recommendation or, you know, just it's ready for them to look at. Is that something that works for you?
I guess so. It's unfortunate that Anonymous isn't here because I would love to dispose of it more decisively with a consent calendar, but given that Anonymous is not here, I guess send it to the task force with no recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, I think his argument is going to be that it's an IDR, and so they didn't come in within the IDR numbers. And I think you and I both agree, no, this is not an IDR. I don't know if he's going to have anything else to say.
It's even less of a convincing argument given that there were 265 records,
Exactly.
submitted.
Yeah. Okay, so let's send it on with no recommendation.
Okay. Okay.
We send the matter to the full task force. We find documents of public jurisdiction, no recommendation.
Okay. I'll second that.
So we can hear public comment.
Yes, Mr. Pilpill, whenever you're ready. If there's anybody else, you can hit *3 or otherwise raise your hand. But at this time, we only have Mr. Pilpill.
Okay, sorry, I was a bit distracted. So the motion is to forward this with no recommendation?
Yes.
Okay, so this is, sorry. This is item 7. So where you heard from Dicka Reiner that she attempted to produce and produced all that she could and believes that she complied. So that's the testimony that's on the record. You haven't heard from Anonymous on this. It sounds to me like you've got a good argument for no violation. The other thing that I noted in the file here, if I can get the right document and the right page, second. Okay, so on page 102 of the packet, or page 14 of the 46 pages on this one, it appears that there was a concurrent supervisor of records request under 67.21D to determine whether the records are public and all of that. Although anyone can request a supervisor of records determination, and the city attorney has an independent obligation to make that determination, and that's certainly not at all binding on this task force. The response there might well have bearing on the task force's thinking on the matter, one way or the other. And I would suggest that you make a request to the supervisor of records at the city attorney's office for a copy of that determination if they have made it since April 9th, or an understanding of when they intend to make that determination, and that they should forward it to you and include that in the packet, so that that might help you one way or the other in making a determination. You may agree, you may disagree, whatever, but that may be useful information here. Otherwise, I guess I have no objection to forwarding this without recommendation. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Okay, we'll vote and then we'll do Castellon.
I think Mr. Jarrett may also be trying to raise his hand.
Does Mr. Jarrett have public comment?
Yes,
do know
please.
that Mr. Jarrett wants to speak on his matter.
Yeah, I just think that the thing that I was intending to speak about on my matter might pertain to this more so. Is that okay if I?
Yeah, you can comment on this if
Great. Okay.
yeah, it's about this case. Yes.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay. So my understanding is that Anonymous didn't just submit these things; he also released a bunch of the responses that he got to the public, and he put those on Twitter. And some of those, obviously, I can't speak for the veracity of these tweets, etc. But one of them that came back, he asked for 30 days of records from Ms. Reiner, and the response that he got apparently was there are no responsive records. But then that was later shown to not be the case, because during that same period, other members of the task force, including Cecil Lee, who is here today, had some of the communications that were with Ms. Reiner released, as in via Cecil Lee rather than via Ms. Reiner. So I think that is at least some kind of evidence that maybe there were records that were not released from Ms. Reiner. Did that make sense? I don't know if I may.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and advance it. Let's do our vote.
Yeah, and we're making no recommendations. So if Anonymous wants to introduce that information, they can.
Chair Schmidt?
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Member Stein, to send the matter to the task force to find that the records are public and that there is jurisdiction, and make no recommendation for violations.
Okay, so we're ready for Castellon.
Okay, next item number 8, Chair Schmidt. Item number 8, file number 22041, complaint filed by Anonymous against Matthew Castellan. I hope I said that right. Redistricting task force for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner.
Okay, thank you. And this is going to be, my motion is identical to the Townsend or the whole motion, just with the name change. Matthew Castellan instead of the individual names in the other ones. Otherwise, the parties are the same, substance is the same. So that's my motion. And it's, again, consent, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so you are moving and Laura is seconding. Member Stein is seconding.
Yes, I second it. Yeah.
Okay, 22041. This is for Ms. Still in. Okay. Let's see. I'm just reviewing this so I don't miss anything. And here we go. Okay. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have public comment?
Any public commenters?
If you would like to raise your hand at this time, but I believe we already took public comment on this matter.
Not on Castleman, no.
Okay. If you'd like to raise your hand, you can press *3 or otherwise indicate you would like to speak with the raising of the hand. I do not see anybody else at this time.
Okay, let's vote.
Chair Schmidt?
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. So, Chair Schmidt, we are going for item number 9.
Yes.
Okay. Item number 9, file number 22044, complaint filed by SF Texts against Shazel Lee, Redistricting Task Force, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and complete manner.
Okay. I know Mr. Lee is here and is waiting patiently. We determined that there's nobody speaking here today on behalf of SF Texts. We do have a file, and I have to just say that there is another person who remains anonymous who claimed to have asked for a continuance of this based on a medical appointment. And so I have to sort of assume that that person who remains anonymous qualifies for a continuance. However, we're tentatively hearing the matter because it goes along with these other cases, and for other reasons, there may be one or two differences with the other cases. But with that said, Mr. Lee, as a responding party, you are going to get up to 3 minutes to tell us anything you want to tell us in response to the petition in the matter. When Cheryl's ready, you get that'll be your time.
Hello, should I start now?
Hang on. All right, you ready to begin, sir?
Yes, you may begin.
Mr. Lee,
Yes.
you may begin.
Thank you, members of the complaint committee. I would like to direct your attention to page 109 of the packet relating to this item. That sets forth my complete response to the complaint. I have fully responded to the data request, to the information request by SF Texts, and I have nothing more to produce. It is a complete production of my records, and so I'm actually somewhat baffled by the existence of this complaint still. But yes, I will direct your attention to page 109 of the PDF file in the packet relating to item number 9. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And I have any questions.
Yeah, we may have one or two questions for you since you are here. Although, if we don't, then we're going to be discussing the case and figuring out. We cannot, Mr. Lee, make a final decision on your matter. That has to come before the full task force. But we can make a recommendation on what we think of the matter. So I will go to Member Stein. Any questions for Mr. Lee?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. My question to Mr. Lee is, so you believe you fully complied with the law and responded to this public records request, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions for you. So the members can now consider what happens next with this matter. I've got a couple comments, but I'll defer I'm sorry, Member Stein.
Yeah, I was just looking at how many days it took to respond. I think it was about 3 weeks, right? About 20, 21 days. So I think this was after the mayor's orders were no longer in effect. So I do wonder about timeliness, but it does seem like, again, to me, that this is not really properly an IDR. So I would not go by the IDR timeline framework. Those are my comments.
Okay. And I agree with you. I think Mr. Lee is not if there's a technical violation here, then there's a technical violation, but this is not something where there was just ignoring. I mean, Mr. Lee probably produced pretty much everything, and I saw the text in the file.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I want to note is that this is the first of these cases where I do not want to put the clerk into the motion. And the reason is that in the other cases, I saw that the clerk's office was looped in early before right at the outset of the request. But SF Text did not ever send anything to the clerk's office. So I don't think that the clerk's office can really be held where they have no awareness.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be one difference. In this case, and let's see, I'm trying to remember. Let's see. I'd have to look at oh yeah, it looks like just in this case, yeah. So that's it. I mean, I think, maybe we just say possibly it was a late response, and so we sent it to the task force. I wouldn't put this on a consent calendar. I wouldn't feel like we necessarily would want to or can do it. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
So something like I can make a motion that we forward this to the full task force as public documents under our jurisdiction for consideration of a possible violation of 67.21 for not providing the information in a timely manner under the Sunshine Ordinance. And that would be it.
Okay. And can we just say specifically against
Members,
Mr.
if I may.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would like to bring to your attention to the fact that for me, my duties to the task force did not end on the last meeting. I was tasked with writing the final report, which extended until May.
Sure.
So.
Okay. Yeah. And what we're doing is this is not the final hearing on this. We've reviewed it, and we see a possible timing issue, but not other violations. And you will get another opportunity when this comes before all 10 members of the task force when it's scheduled for that. That's all I can really tell you about, but I appreciate your information on that. Okay, so that's the motion, and it's seconded. So let's go to public comment.
Sorry, forgot to unmute myself. Again, if you'd like to provide public comment, hit star 3 to unmute, or otherwise raise your hand. Here comes Mr. Pelpel.
David Philpell again. On this item, I was going through the file, and you did hear from member Lee, I believe, and I believe his testimony in referring to page 109 was that he produced over 1,000 pages, and some of which are in the file, and that it was clearly a voluminous request and exceeded that applied to an IDR, and it appeared that he did provide documents on a rolling basis, and I don't know, I'm fairly convinced in this case that there was no violation, and so I think it is odd to suggest that there may have been a violation as to timeliness or substance. So I'm at a loss to understand where the two members are on this at this point. So it seems to me like there's probably no violation on this issue. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I think we can have a vote on this.
Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Chair Schmidt?
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Moved by Member Stein, seconded by Chair Schmidt to forward the matter to the task force, that the records are public, there is jurisdiction, and at request consideration of a violation of 6721 for not providing the information in a timely manner, period.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready, we'll go to the next item.
Item number 10, sir.
Yes.
Item number 10, file number 22050, complaint filed by Joe Fitzgerald Rodriguez against redistricting task force members Ditka Rainier, J. Michelle Pierce, Arnold Townsend, Lily Ho, and Matthew Castellan for allegedly violating Administrative Code 6721B and California Government Code Section 6253C by failing to provide a determination of disclosable public records.
Okay. I guess two things. One, the first thing is I would just state I don't think I have any kind of conflict, but I've met Mr. Rodriguez several times, talked to him several times. But I don't think it's an issue, especially because he's not here. So I think we're going to table this one.
Okay, who wants to move?
Move the table.
Oh, I'll second that.
Is there any public comment, Mr. Pelpel? He is not indicating he wants to speak on this matter.
Okay, there being none, let's vote.
Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Member Stein to table the matter and close the file.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, the last redistricting task force matter of the day.
Okay, hang on a second. Okay. Item number 11, 22056, complaint filed by Will Jarrett against Arnold Townsend and Ditka Rainier, redistricting task force, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner.
Okay, thank you. And we have heard from Mr. Jarrett, but I want to give him another opportunity, since he's had to sit through these other 7 cases, I think he may have had a few items to add. I know he made a remark on another case. And so when you're ready, Cheryl, let's hear from Will Cherry.
Mr. Jarrett, are you ready to begin?
Hi, yep, I'm here.
Okay. Go ahead.
Great. Yeah, so I won't repeat kind of what I said previously, but basically, so yeah, I think the Townsend side of this is fairly clear cut in that he didn't respond to my request. In terms of Ditka Reiner, I'd only say that what I said previously about the anonymous complaints and the fact that Ditka's mentioned that that there were no responsive records in a 30-day period seems to suggest to me that other people who submitted public records requests also found that records were apparently being deleted. And I guess it would be super useful for us to be able to hear from other members of the task force who might have, during the time period that I'm talking about, received or sent messages to Ms. Reiner. And I appreciate that not many of the members of the task force have come today, but I thought that could be something to pursue in the future. And maybe as Casey Lee is here, we could ask him if there were any messages between himself and Ms. Reiner during the period of 1 a.m. on April 9th and 11 a.m. on April 10th, so that we could see, my thinking being that if Member Lee did have one of those records, then it would be, affirmative proof that they did exist and that they weren't being handed over. Yeah, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if that would be in the scope of what we're doing here. And Mr. Lee, I assume, is long gone. But thank you for your comments. Now we may have questions for you. I'm not sure if we'll have any questions for you before we figure out what how and what to send for the full task force to consider in terms of whether there would be findings of violation. So, Member Stein, any questions for the petitioner? Yeah, I don't think either of us have questions, although Member Stein might be muted. I'm not sure.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I think I already asked my questions, which had to do with why Mr. Jarrett believed the records were not complete.
Yeah.
I think I would appreciate going forward if we are going to look at this issue, if anything could be added to this packet that actually shows records that weren't received that have come from elsewhere, but I haven't seen them definitively at this point.
Yeah, it would be it would seem to me that testimony about someone else's testimony about records, but we never see the records, is probably, well, under laws of admissibility, I don't think it would be admissible in court. But if we had something which contradicted concretely, that's a different animal.
Yeah,
but I
and it
don't
just,
think we have it in front of us here today.
no, but I mention it because I feel like part of our role as this committee is that if we feel like the file could be more complete and help the full
Yeah.
task force make a decision, we indicate where we believe it could be more complete. So that's why I raise it.
Okay, so that's I guess a recommendation or request to Mr. Jarrett is if you can somehow document, it doesn't have to be comprehensive, but document, it's a few or one instances of, contradiction between records that someone else is finding, like anonymous, as you mentioned earlier, and statements by the person where they say, oh, yeah, there's no such records, then that would be something we would want to, have front and center. But we'd want to see something in terms of written documents. And you'll have another chance before going to the task force to give us more, if there is anything more. Okay. Let me just make a couple comments in terms of just sort of the details on this. Yeah, I think he's got an assertion that there may be a timing issue here, and there is a claim that there was a lack of production, but there's a contradiction because the other person, the respondent came today and said, I produced everything. And so we have it's a live controversy here. It's who do you believe kind of thing. So we certainly can't send this to consent as a consent calendar. I do note one detail, which is that in any determination going forward, in this case, Reiner, on the Reiner half of the case, which I think there's a live controversy on. Also, that I would include the board of or the clerk of the board as a responding party, as I have done with some of the other cases. Townsend was not a situation where Mr. Jarrett sent, or it doesn't look like the clerk ever got notification that there was this claim against Townsend. So that wouldn't go against the clerk. But on the other hand, Townsend, there's no response. So I don't see that there's going to be much of an issue that Townsend violated. Townsend never responded. Townsend didn't appear here. So we will, in whatever we do here today, we'll treat the two respondents differently. Although I think it stays within the same case number, because that's what we did to open it up. So those are my remarks.
Can we split our recommendations for the two
Yeah, I think
respondents?
so. We just say, as to the claim against, Townsend X, and as to the claim against Dick Reiner Y. I don't see that there's any problem with doing that. I mean, if you had 10 respondents, but they ended up in the same case number, you might have 10 different answers. I mean, we could even, I guess, well, we'd have to split it up if we sent Townsend to consent, which would make sense.
Right, that's what
Uh,
I was wondering. Like, but
yeah,
yeah.
it's in here. But Reiner wouldn't go to consent. So I guess what maybe we do here is, I don't know if we want to split the case up, because then if we turn into two case numbers.
Then it might not actually be more efficient to handle it that way. I was also thinking that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think
We could just forward it to the task force with, you know, that it's a public records under our jurisdiction. Advise, you know, we've already advised Mr. Jarrett that, you know, any additional documentation that he may want to submit that would show that there were records that were not produced would be beneficial to his petition, but that we just send it forward with no recommendation otherwise.
if I could just add in, and as to Respondent Townsend, we recommend the finding of violations of 21B and 21, as we did in the other.
Yes, correct. 67.21B for timeliness and completeness, and 6721E for failure to appear at the hearing and explain the decision not to release records.
Okay, good. Let me just tell Mr. Jarrett that, Mr. Jarrett, this will be, I'm going to second the motion. What'll happen is it'll, at some point in the next few months, it will go before the full task force, and there'll be a full hearing on this. It'll be somewhat similar to this, but you will get opportunity and a deadline to submit documents in connection with that hearing, any new documents. Okay, I second the motion, and so we can do public comment on this.
Okay, hang on a second. Two, you were speaking about the motion. So Member Stein said forward to the task force, there is jurisdiction and the records are public. And then you brought in a violation. So that's an extension of Laura's, of Member Stein's motion?
Yeah. And that was as to Townsend.
Right, yeah, that's what I got.
Yeah. All one motion.
As to Respondent Townsend, recommend a violation of 6721B for timeliness and 6721E for failure to appear at the hearing. And explain the issues. Okay.
So when Victor's ready and Cheryl's ready with the clock, we can go to public comment.
Okay, who wants to make public comment?
Okay, public's happy. Let's have a vote.
Was that my cue to talk?
Oh, we have a member of the public.
That would be David Silfeld. Okay, so I think on this issue, we heard from complainant Jarrett. I think from what I understood that there may be some inconsistencies between what former Vice Chair Reiner stated and what others produced. That's interesting, and particularly if Mr. Jarrett comes up with some documentary evidence of that, that's very interesting. That certainly warrants discussion at the full task force. And then as to former Chair Townsend, I'm not sure that I followed it completely, but I thought there was like no response. If I'm incorrect, I'm happy to hear more about that. The other thing to bear in mind here, and I'm certainly not defending anybody's conduct, on these. I'm just observing as a member of the public. Former Chair Townsend is not well known to be good with technology. I would not be surprised at all if subsequent to meetings of the task force, if he stopped checking email. I don't even know if he was using email for communication in the first place. I'm not sure if I saw anything in the file from him by way of email. There was certainly stuff to him, but I'm not sure if I saw anything from him. So that makes me wonder whether the notices on June 7th in the packet at page 33, or for that matter, May 27th in the packet at page 31, were ever even read by former Chair Townsend, and whether the task force needs to think of alternate ways to communicate with folks who may have an email address but may not check it regularly, again, particularly if they no longer are serving. Those are my thoughts. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Um,
Did you have something, Member Stein?
just that I'm going through this, because there was so much to go through for this meeting, but I am going through and looking at the text messages from item 9, and I am seeing messages from Ditka Reiner in there that I'm not sure were produced elsewhere. So I just want to make a mention of that.
Oh, okay. Okay, sure. Interesting. A technical note for the order, Cheryl, is that as to Reiner, it's against Reiner and the clerk, but as to Townsend, it's just against Townsend, not the clerk.
Got it.
Okay. I guess we can vote.
Okay. Vote. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Chair Schmidt?
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Moved by Member Stein, seconded by Chair Schmidt to forward the matter to the task force that there is jurisdiction in the records of public, and as to Respondent Townsend, recommend a violation of 6721B for timeliness and 6721E for failure to appear at the hearing and explain the issues. Are we all set for that?
Did we get that all? Because it's we're okay. So and as to Townsend, okay, but the first part should be at against Townsend, or I'm sorry, against Reiner and the clerk. Reiner and the clerk, the first part of it, and then the last part of it's just against Townsend. So I think we just need to interject that against Reiner and the clerk of the board.
Okay, it's in there.
Okay, that's it. And so now we've got that done with. I'm going to call a break, 5-minute break for people.
10 minutes.
What's that?
10.
And it's being
10?
requested.
Okay, 10 minutes. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so 8:10, we're going to sort of go dark here for 10 minutes and be back at 8:20.
Okay.
Right.
So everybody, I guess we need to stop video and probably mute and then see
Hello. Yes, this is Carl Kramer. I'm not wondering what's happening with the agenda. I'm
We're on
not
a
hearing.
10-minute break.
What's that?
We're on a 10-minute break.
Oh, okay.
I
Okay,
was
thanks.
just moving people around to get ready for when we get back. And that's why I
okay.
muted you, since you're probably going to be the next speaker. So I was just opening up your line so that we're ready to go.
Okay. Then should I stay then on the open line?
I was going to leave you on the open line since you're on for the next few items.
Okay. I'll just hang tight then.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, I think we're maybe ready to go back here.
I have 821.
21.
And just so you know, I have made
What's that?
I have made Mr. Pearl our participant, so he has control of his own microphone, and I have unmuted Mr. Kramer, so they can speak at your discretion.
Okay, great, thank you. So let's probably call the matter first. Okay.
Chair Schmidt, do you want to resume the meeting?
Yes, let's resume and call the next matter.
Item number 12, file number 22032, complaint filed by Giselle Rabi and Carl Kramer against Charles Pearl and the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and or complete manner.
All right, and we have 5 more cases, and they're all involving the requests by Mr. Kramer and Mr. Kramer's people. And so there's going to be a lot of common issues here. Let's go ahead with the first one, and we will hear from each of the parties for up to 3 minutes. You tell us, we've read the written paperwork that you submitted, but you could tell us anything, else you think we should know, and we may have questions after that. So when Cheryl's ready, we'll start with Mr. Kramer.
Mr. Kramer, you have 5 minutes. Are you ready to begin?
I'm ready.
Go ahead, sir.
So on page 358, you'll see the initial request that we made on December 23rd of last year. We're requesting the following information: the allocations to nonprofit organizations with which your department contracts for the additional minimum compensation ordinance funds and the cost of doing business funds as separate figures for fiscal year 2019 to 2020 and for fiscal year 2020 to 2021. We are looking for the figures to each specific nonprofit. And that'll be the same request in all of the other complaints also. Page 359, you'll see that we also made the request through the website Next Request, which the department favors. And then we received a response that they had no documents, responsive request. Page 364, in the, you see down in the third paragraph on the bottom, that we also made a request that we have a document from the Controller's Office that funds were allocated to the PUC for the nonprofits Mission Neighborhood Centers, SF Conservation Corps, and SF Parks Alliance. Do you have any records of these allocations? Again, we got that the response that there was no documents responsive to our request. And then our big question was, why was the funding? Why is there not a record of this funding being allocated to nonprofits? And then, our allocations of increased funding for wage increases and other inflationary costs, which is the what's called the COBD, the cost of doing business, was the department making these allocations? So this is, the information we're trying to gather. On page 369, you'll see that in what's marked internal message staff only, that reads that that we don't have a separate budget for these items, so it's impossible to say specially how much is budgeted. I think that should be specifically. And that's coming from business services, and next message in this email exchange, it also says we don't budget specifically for these items. So that's important information for us. That is something that we need to know, and we wouldn't have gotten that information if it wasn't for a Sunshine Ordinance complaint. So that's all I have to say. We weren't providing information, and they did have the information and send it to us.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And when Cheryl's ready, we'll hear from I believe it's Mr. Pearl.
Hi, Chair Stein.
Just a second, Mr. Pearl.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on a second. We've got
Sorry.
to sort of set up a timer for these things.
Okay, you ready, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead.
First of all, good evening. Thanks for the ability to come and address you on this issue. So Charles Pearl, Deputy CFO at the SFPUC. We very much take oversight seriously for a lot of very clear and obvious reasons. We handle all of our public records requests to the best of our abilities. As you can imagine, we're a large agency. We have quite a significant organization around them. And so I just wanted to provide some time to my colleague Mayara, who can provide a bit of a background on this specific request and our response to it. And if you have any further questions regarding some of the issues that were raised just a moment ago by the complainant, we can speak to the budget details if we wish to. But Mayara, do you want to start us off here?
Yeah, thank you, Charles. Good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to point out that the complaint didn't really describe the alleged violation. It merely stated public records. So we got a summary of the alleged violation that was provided by the task force, which is boilerplate, and we couldn't really elaborate on our response to it because we didn't really have the reasoning. And this made it really difficult to respond to the complaint, but we tried to base our response on what we had from the previous complaint. So we got this public records complaint, as Mr. Kramer mentioned, for the allocation of funds made during fiscal years 2019 and 2020, as well as fiscal year 2020-2021. We conducted a diligent search for responsive records, and we established that we had no responsive records to the complaint, and we let the complainant know as soon as we learned that we had no records of that. We did get a follow-up question from the complainants, and we conducted another search, and again, we confirmed we had no responsive records. Then, after receiving the complaint from the task force, we completed yet another search for responsive records. And similar to the previous two searches, we did not find any responsive records. However, this time around, we did take the additional step of checking in with the Controller's Office and the Mayor's Budget Office to determine if the Controller's Office allocated those funds to the PUC, and we determined that the Controller's Office did not allocate those funds to the PUC. And we also did a little bit of more searching, and we established that we had no record of a directive to self-fund the allocation items that the complainants were asking about. So we diligently searched for records, not one, not two, but 3 times, and we just don't have records, and that's all we can do while trying to respond to a public records request. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have members can ask questions of the parties now. Member Stein, do you have anything to start with?
Yeah, I have a question for the petitioner, which is, do you have documentation that these funds were indeed allocated to the SFPUC? Petitioner, if you're speaking, you're muted.
Oh, yes. Yeah, the only document we have is the report from the controller's office that they were allocating that sum to the PUC.
What page is that on? Do you know? Is it in the packet?
No, it's not in the packet, but yeah, we could provide that later.
I think it would be essential that you put that you amend that to the packet, since there's a disagreement over whether the funds were allocated.
Mm-hmm.
And then my question, I guess, for the SFPUC, presuming if funds were allocated for these MCO and CODB items, I guess, would these be part of a separate line item in your budgets?
I can take this question. My name is Laura Bush. I'm the budget director for SFPUC, if that's all right with Charles and Mayara. Thanks, everybody. So first of all, we did check with the Controller's Office and the Mayor's Office about whether or not these funds were allocated, and they told us they were not allocated to us for FY 1920 and FY 2021. And the intent was for the PUC to self-fund those amounts. We don't have any record of that communication happening. So we were not allocated the money, and we don't have any record of the allocation because we didn't have it.
Okay, but your understanding. Sorry, I'm getting feedback.
The other thing is that no, there's no specific line item in the budget for these amounts. In our budget, we have general amounts for contracts and non-profit contracts in our budget. There's not a specific line that we call out for cost of doing business increases.
Okay, so for the petitioner, is there anywhere you can point to that suggests that it have to be listed as separate line items in the SFPUC budget?
There was kind of a feedback.
That was fun.
And
someone's got a phone going or something like that. There's sound backed up. But did you hit a question? And the question was to Ms. Bush, is that right? Or Ms.
I'm sorry, no, the question was for the petitioner about why they believe this would be listed, why MCO or CODB funds would be listed as separate line items in the SFPUC budget. Is there anything in the guidelines for these two sources of funding that suggest they need to be listed as separate line items?
You mean in the guidelines from the mayor's budget office or the controller?
I mean, yeah, in any guidelines anywhere for the SFPUC, is there, or for any other agency, I guess, because this has come up now with respect to many agencies who don't seem to think that it needs to be listed as a separate line item. Is there anything in guidance that agencies have been given from the city or from the Board of Supervisors around MCO and CODB funding that suggests that these need to be separate line items when they're preparing their budgets?
Well, I think it's important information to know that their department is interpreting that there doesn't need to be separate line items, because that's different than what we're hearing from the mayor's budget office. We're hearing that they're giving, direction to departments and departments that aren't receiving general fund money, that they are to find other sources. So that's important information. If PUC is feeling they don't have to provide that funding and they don't have specific line items or money that's coming in for the nonprofit organization, because the cost of doing business increase and the MCO wage increase money are two entirely different things.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out this question, because it seems like a lot of agencies, including the SFPUC, don't have responsive documents because for various reasons, including that it's just they don't think to put it as a line item. In this case, they're obviously saying they didn't even know they had to fund it. But I just wondered if there was anything there in writing, other than what you're generally hearing, that mandates that it be a separate item. Because our remit is that if there are documents that exist, we want to make sure they're released. If the documents don't exist, that's sort of a different matter for us.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
this is a question of should the documents exist, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is mandated as far as the MCO under the minimum compensation ordinance. What it's something may be mandated, but that doesn't mean they follow it.
Okay. It wasn't in this, you didn't have that in this packet though, did you? The guidelines for the MCO?
In the past cases, we did include it in the initial request letters, but I could also add that to this.
I just think for your case, again, I would recommend that you include that you put that into this case, just for the task force to look at.
Certainly.
All right, that's all my questions. Member Schmidt, you're muted if you're speaking.
My turn. Sorry. Yeah. Thanks, Member Stein. I know we've seen a few of these cases that you brought up, Mr. Kramer, and there've been some that gone one way, some another way, and it seems like you're getting kind of different results, different answers from different agencies, and I think that I guess what I'm seeing with this one is it seems like you are asking them for documents and they've told you, well, our documents are not as detailed as you think they should be. So therefore, the way you've requested them, they just don't exist. And so isn't that sort of an answer to your request? And it gives you the sort of the response that answers any question you have about what documents they actually have.
Do you want me to respond?
Yes, please, to Mr. Kramer or someone with Mr. Kramer's office.
Yeah, I think it's a kind of a narrow view of the Sunshine Ordinance. The request was for information, and just to say, well, we don't have a document that by itself, is showing what you requested. It's information to let us know that they're not tracking these figures. They're not having specific line items of what funding goes to nonprofits. And that's information.
Okay, so your thought is that you're requesting information, and it's the information that tells you that certain things don't exist as you might expect that they would exist. But didn't you get the information through following up and answering further questions on this one?
No. Cheryl got the information when she sent the complaint to them and ask for the respondent's response.
Okay. So it required the force of the task force to finally get what you were hoping to get, which is the resolution of your questions. Is that fair to say?
Well, to get to get important information about how the department is handling the allocations of funding to nonprofits. Yes.
Okay. And I would agree with this. You shouldn't have had to invoke the task force to be able to get the information you thought you were entitled to. Is that sort of what your case boils down to here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the respondent's case is that you request, and this is a question to someone on this side of the respondents. You got an initial document request, and your position is you responded accurately, and then there were some follow-up questions, but they were not technically document requests, but you still did research and you got answers to the questions to Mr. Kramer. Is that sort of accurate, the way you
That's right. There would be no way for us to look and see specifically how much in like CODB MCO was included in the payments that we made to these nonprofits. So we don't have that information at that detailed level, and we don't specifically budget for it. So it's 100% correct that we did not have responsive records, and we're not obliged to create records, if I understand the law correctly. I do want to say, for everyone's benefit, including Mr. Kramer, I think what they are really trying to get at is, does the PUC adequately budget to make sure that nonprofits have that we budget for inflationary increases with our contractors, and that contractors have enough money in their contracts to meet the requirements of the MCO? The answer is yes. All of our contracts contain language relating to MCO, ensuring that contractors, both non-profit and for-profit, comply with the MCO, and those costs should be built in at the time of contracting. Our standard contract language has for many years, and it's a long-standing policy, included CPI inflationary increases annually for all contracts with service providers, both non-profit and for-profit. So the answer to the question, which I think is really the question, is, do we have an adequate budget to cover these inflationary increased costs for nonprofits? The answer is yes, we do. We just don't have the record that Mr. Kramer is asking for the specific amounts for the nonprofits, and so we can't produce anything.
Right. Okay. I appreciate that. I don't have any questions. So, member Stone, thoughts on this case, how we should task force. I think someone.
Excuse me, Victor, can you figure out a way to stop the echo that's going on?
Yeah, it's come up twice. Now it's not.
Mute your microphones, because it's somebody's microphone who's doing it. And I don't see anybody's mic on. It might be Mr. Kramer's phone line, but if I mute him, we won't be able to talk to him freely.
Yeah, I muted it.
Okay.
Thank you. It happens to all of us a lot. Yeah, in this age. Member Stein, any idea what we should say to the task force on this?
I mean, in the past, we've said, in theory, if there were records, they'd be under our jurisdiction and public. The question has always been with these cases whether there are records, right? Or whether there's any reason why there should be particular records in writing. As I understand it, the Sunshine Ordinance doesn't require agencies to create records. It simply says if you have records, you have to share them if they are public and they're not exempted. So, if we want to move it, my feeling generally is there aren't any records. I think that's valuable information potentially for this petitioner to know. But is that the issue? The question of should there be records, I think is the hard part, and whether that should go to the full task force is the question I have.
Yeah, and I think that I'm seeing it the same way you are. I think some of the cases we're about to hear may go differently, but I kind of thought that what the PUC's responses were seemed to be appropriate. Mm-hmm. And so I think that I'm not seeing something that would indicate to me at this point violation. So, I think, for the parties, we can't make a final decision in this committee, but we can make a recommendation, although that recommendation is not binding on anyone. But this is not seeming to me like a strong case of violation. So I guess I would make the motion, and I motion that we make a recommendation to the task force after finding that these would be public records and we have jurisdiction, that there be a finding no violation by the respondent. That's my motion. I don't know if that's too strong for you.
No, I would second that.
Okay, let's go to public comment.
Yes, any members of the public who would like to speak on this matter can raise their hand by pressing *3 or otherwise using the WebEx system to raise your hand. We currently have one public commenter.
David Pilpel. So in my lengthy experience with the PUC, including Ms. Restisa, I want to get that right, Ms. Bush and Mr. Pearl, they all are incredibly on the ball about public records and finance and everything related to that. So if they say they have no responsive records, I believe they have no responsive records. I think if you look in the file on item 16, there are some examples of communications from the controller's office. For example, page 112 of item 16, page 650 of the overall packet has a memo from the controller's office dated November 5th, 2019, with all kinds of info on the MCO, and then at the end talks about, that's kind of like the page 6 of that memo, that the controller's office kind of did this for that year, but for fiscal 2021 and going forward, it's going to be up to each department to deal with it. I don't know if that's where they left it or if there's an update. And then starting on the following page is the actual list, page 656, for fiscal 1920 of each contract and the MCO amount and the contracting department. So I would suspect that that's where Mr. Kramer and friends found the various contracts relative to PUC. For example, on page 662, there's San Francisco Parks Alliance, PUC, $4,040. So whether it was specifically, I'm sure it was specifically not called out in the overall PUC budget, but that there was sufficient funding within the PUC budget to at least provide the cost of doing business under the MCO to the various nonprofits for which PUC allocates or has funds. But bottom line, I think the best solution, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, is for Mr. Kramer to go through the controller's office and have them either update that memo or generate some kind of spreadsheet out of whatever the famous replacement system is. And unfortunately, the fantastic Peg Stevenson recently retired. I don't know Laura Marshall. I believe Dan Kaplan is still there. So there may be somebody in controller CSA, City Performance Unit, that could help. Maybe, what's her name, Natasha Mihal is now running that group. Maybe somebody over there can run some kind of report that gets Mr. Kramer what he's looking for rather than each specific department, unless, in fact, what they did was say, we're only starting this out, now it's up to each department to figure it out and go back and forth with their budget analyst in the mayor's budget office and yada, yada, yada. Anyway, bottom line is I hope that helps, and I don't believe that PUC is likely in violation on this one, and thanks to everyone for their efforts. I think I'm going to drop off for the evening, but continue to have fun, everyone. Thanks for listening.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pilpo. Okay, any more public comment?
That was the last person with their hand raised.
Okay, Cheryl, we're ready for a vote.
Cheryl, you're muted.
Chair Schmidt?
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Member Stein, to make a recommendation to the Sunshine Task Force that there be a finding of no violation.
Next.
Item number 13, file number 22034, complaint filed by Giselle Robbie and Carl Kramer against Crispin Hollings and the Sheriff's Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and or complete manner.
If you are a party to this matter, if you can somehow indicate it by raising your hand, either pressing *3 or raising your hand via the WebEx application. I see you. Thank you.
Right.
We're unmuted.
We have a somewhat similar case to the last one, but they all differences. We will hear first for up to 3 minutes from the petitioner side, and then we will the side of the Sheriff's Department will come after that.
Excuse me, Chair Schmidt, parties get 5 minutes at this point.
According to
it's discretion of the chair.
All right, if they get 3 minutes, okay.
Yeah, I know former Chair Wolf would probably differ with me, but at least for tonight, I'm going with 3, and I think it's discretion of the chair.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, but thank you, Cheryl, for
Okay.
catching me up on that. So 3 and 3. When Cheryl's ready, we'll hear from the petition.
Mr. Kramer, are you ready to begin?
I'm ready.
Go ahead, sir.
All right, on page 386 and 387, you'll see the same information request that we also made in the previous case, and then on page 405, you'll see the information that was sent to us, and the spreadsheet was only for the fiscal year 2019-2020 cost of doing business. On page 406, you see the figures for fiscal year 2020 to 2021 cost of doing business. But in the that form, well, actually, it doesn't say it's for the cost of doing business. It just says CBO contract, and it seems to only be applied to wages. We didn't really get the cost of doing business increase for fiscal year 2021 or the MCO amounts for those 2 years. And then on page 411, shows the response that there's no record exist, and that response, or that was the response to the complaint. And the letter was on May 16th. Page 388, I responded to some of the points that were raised in that response to the complaint because there was confusion that it applied to wages of employees of the Sheriff's Department. And it's not of the Sheriff's Department, but the non-public sector employees of contractors of the Sheriff's Department. It also says that the MCO doesn't apply because pay is above the MCO rate, and actually what was provided was by the controller included for funding for wage increases for all those earning above the minimum rate up to $22 per hour. And that also stated in the letter that the Sheriff's Department isn't supposed to set MCO allocations, and that the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement has MCO allocation information. So I responded on page 388, responded with a letter.
Time is up, sir.
I'll give you a little more time.
Okay. So I responded with a letter correcting those that confusion. And for us, it's important that we pursue this information because we're, impressing on departments that this information is important. There is an organization that's tracking this information, and they need to keep records. In this upcoming fiscal year, it's going to be particularly complicated because the mayor's budget has funding for wage increases. It's not just an overall percentage like the cost of doing business was for this fiscal year. So, we're going to pursue it and impress on departments that this is important, that they keep these figures.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. So, Cheryl, when you're ready, we can hear from the representative of the Sheriff's Department. Let me get a name first of who we have here today.
Hi, this is Allison Lambert. I'm a legal assistant with the Sheriff's Office, appearing for the respondent, Kristen Hollins, in the Sheriff's Office.
Oh, good. Okay, great. Thank you. So, Cheryl, tell Ms. Lambert when you're ready to go.
Ms. Lambert, are you ready to begin speaking?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Sheriff's Office reiterates its prior writings to the board. We were surprised to receive this complaint because we responded in a timely fashion and we produced our records on time. We were just shocked to receive a complaint that they didn't get any records. So when I went into our public records portal, I saw that Mr. Kramer, after he had input his request, was, for reasons I don't know had not logged back in to see that he had received records. So we got to a communication point where he said, I'm asking for MCO numbers. I went and checked with our CFO and our admin assistant and asked if there were MCO numbers. I was advised that they did not exist. We process our cost of living allocations with the understanding and confirmation that all CBOs are in compliance with the city's MCO ordinance. Sheriff's Office really wants to help Mr. Kramer find the information he's looking for. So we asked on May 31st if we could look through every single one of our contracts, find the lowest paid hourly person and provide that to him. And Mr. Kramer was not interested in receiving that information. So then we reached out again on June 7th and asked him to identify what he was looking for so we could try to find it for him. And we had not received any response since then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So now we move to questions from the members to the parties. Member Stein, you can start.
Yeah, I'll just, I guess, follow up with Mr. Kramer based on what we just heard from Ms. Lambert to say, you know, do you want to provide clarification of what you're looking for?
I did that on the letter that's on page 388. That was on May 17th. And yeah, to just restate it, yeah, the controller's office, we see the figures were allocated to the office for Community Works West and for African Conservation Corps. So we wanted records from the Sheriff Department that, you know, those allocations went for that year, 2019 to 2020, and what allocations made the following year. And again, this isn't saying, okay, it's only for people that are below the minimum rate. The Controller's Office included funding on that first year, included funding for increased wages for all those earning up to $22 per hour.
So you're saying, just to clarify, you want to see a line item of how the MCO rate is being applied across all the categories to which it is to be applied.
Sounds right. Yeah.
Okay. I do not have any other questions.
Okay. Let's see. I don't have. Let me ask, Ms. Lambert. You said that you made two offers there were offers, or they were suggestions.
Yes, we reached out twice.
We could give you that, and that was in what, late May, early June, something like that.
Yes.
Okay. From those, Mr. Kramer, did you get those offers, and could you say, like, oh, well, that wasn't what I was looking for, or yeah, maybe I didn't get the offers? What happened with those?
Well, the one offer, we should go to the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement for the information, and they don't have that information. We know that. The other offer was what she mentioned about that they would look through all their contracts and give us wage rates of people in those nonprofits. That's not the information we were asking for either. We were asking what was the funding allocation for the MCO wage increase to those nonprofits.
Okay.
Thought that was pretty straightforward, and we, and we did respond. And the letter on the email that was sent May 17th on page 388. And again, clarifies what it was that we were requesting.
Okay. And not, I'm not trying to say that, requests for information versus documents, that requests for information are universally not enforceable. I'm not trying to say that, but I want to just get a sense of, is this a case where you believe that there are specific documents that were held back, or they didn't take the time to get them to you? Or is it more of a case where you feel like there are numbers that should be available to you, but they haven't given them to you?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and never know for sure, but we're just going to pursue getting the figures that are supposed to be calculated. Again, that was that language in the ordinance itself, and we're not seeing, we're seeing like the partial responses, and then that what we got was not the entire thing that we were requesting.
Mm-hmm. A question to Ms. Lambert. The information that you're hearing that Mr. Kramer's seeking, does it feel like it's one of those cases where he's asking you to create a new document that doesn't exist, and you'd have to do research to sort of create something new for him?
We simply do not have any records of what he is asking for. Okay. My department is offering to go through all of the contracts because we want to provide him information, but currently it does not exist. So yes, we would be doing research to create a new document for him. Okay.
The contracts that you would go through, would those contain the kind of numbers that he's looking for?
I would have to check with our CFO.
Okay. That's okay. Because that's the one thing that I'm seeing here, that if he's looking for information and it's contained in not a document that he mentions, but in something that's findable, et cetera, that might be the kind of thing where he's sort of looking for the information. He's not looking for the specific document, but it just would be reflected in that document. So it could be that would be responsive here. I don't know. It's unclear to me, but just to say, I'm not even sure, which way that I'd go on this one. Mr. Kramer, would you think that that those numbers that might be in contracts are the source for the types of numbers that you would have an interest in seeing?
Possibly. I know one year that's what we received from DPW was just all their contracts.
All the contracts. Okay. And you could, in that situation, which I know it's not here, you could sort of extract numbers out of those contracts, get what you're looking for. Is it?
In that case, we did. Yes.
Okay.
Depends on
if the sheriff's department said to you, right now. We'll just give you all these contracts and then you get the numbers. Would that be would that give a better response to this request?
Well, who was that question to?
Well, if the sheriff's department said, well, would you like to have all these contracts and you can look at them and find your numbers? Would that help you?
Possibly. I wouldn't know for sure.
Okay, got it. All right. I have right now. So, Member Stein, unless you have any other questions, let's deliberate. I'll let you go.
Yeah, I mean, to me, again, it seems like what the petitioner really wants is a clear calculation in the budgets that MCO and CODB have been factored in to previous wages and cost of doing business in calculating new budgets so that they're assured that agencies can pay nonprofits in accord with this these guidelines. And that doesn't seem to be here. So again, it seems like documents that don't exist to me. Although maybe that information can be culled from other more disparate documents. But it seems to me like the Sheriff's Department has made a good faith effort to try to find what they think the petitioner is looking for. They just haven't. It's just not part of how they keep their records and how they're doing their budgets. So I mean, I think for me it might be similar to the last motion. These would be public records if they existed, but they don't appear to exist.
Yeah, I'm sort of like not quite as strong as the last case on that, but I'm having trouble. What I see is that, Mr. Kramer's, he's making valiant efforts to get as much information on this as he can. He's certainly entitled to get the information, and we want him to get what he's entitled to. And he's getting certain information just by going through this process. But this would be, like you say, where he's with this entity, he's gotten certain numbers, but he's also found out something about numbers that don't exist. So that might be what our recommendation, or we could make a recommendation. But I think maybe on you that we may do the same thing as we did with the last one, because I think the Sheriff's Department, it's just not something that they were supposed to give and they didn't get. Yeah, and we can't ask them to go to contracts and get numbers on it. That's not. I don't think that's something. So I'll be happy to make the motion.
Okay.
Same as records are public. But send it to the task force with the recommendation of that's it.
I'll second that.
Okay, sure. When you're ready, we can go to public comment.
Yes. If there's any additional if there's any public comment, you can raise your hand at this time. Looks like we have a couple people logged in via WebEx. They have not raised their hand at this time. I believe we can move on.
Okay, vote.
Just a second. Chair Schmidt?
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Member Stein, to find that the records are public, there is jurisdiction, and to send the matter to the task force and make a recommendation if there is a finding of no violation.
Okay, good. Thank you. And we can move on to next step.
Okay. Item number 14 is file number 22045. Complaint filed by Giselle Robbie and Carl Kramer against Cheryl Evans Davis and the Human Rights Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and or complete manner.
All right. And I believe we have people on behalf of the petition. Anyone here on behalf of the respondents, including the Human Rights Commission?
Kathy Mulkey-Meyer.
Great. Okay, thank you. So we will hear from Mr. Kramer's office first for up to 3 minutes, and then we'll hear from the respondent. And again, I know I'm repeating myself. We have read the documentation, so we're not. You don't need to re-educate us on the case.
Okay, so we have Mr. Kramer speak first.
Yeah, petitioner.
All right, Mr. Kramer, are you ready to begin?
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. The initial request was on page 450. It's the same information request as the other cases. And then on January 31st, on pages 461 and page 462, that information was both the cost of doing business and the MCO figures were combined. On page 471, we had received the email from Kathy Mulkey-Meyer on February 4th that she'll ask accounting to separate the figures. Page 452, March 4th, I sent an email saying that we had not heard back on this matter. And on page 490, there's a chronology of in their in the respondent's response. First item in description says that the Excel file listing the grant funding for fiscal years 2019, 2020, 2020, and 2021. The records were divided by cost of doing business and minimum compensation ordinance. And as you can see, on those the table that's also on pages 477 and 478, that's incorrect. Those figures were not divided. On March 16th, they sent the budget of the Civil Rights Division, which also was not information that we were seeking. And then on the last item here on the table, sending a list for grants for fiscal year 2021-2022. That was a separate information request that was made by Manoush Mirzada of our organization. That wasn't to this complaint. So the the information, we feel the information needs to match the request, and it's too big a loophole that if they just send any document that they've satisfied the sunshine ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Okay, when Cheryl's ready, the respondent here from.
Ms. Myers, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
We sent the records that we had. That's what we had, and I sent it to them. I don't really have anything else to say, except this is the first time that I ever did a request of this kind, because I took over on January 1st doing this work. And I contacted the accounting department, which is one person, and that's what they sent me, and I forwarded it to Carl Kramer. And then he asked for additional records, which we did not have because they didn't exist. And so then I sent him, just like he already iterated, I sent him a copy of our budget because that's the most current record I had. And then, I sent him a copy of what we sent to his colleague.
Thank you. All right, so now we may have some questions. Let me just start initial question, which is Ms. Meyer. Could you, you may have already told us this, but what's your position in the Human Rights Commission?
I'm the commission secretary.
Commission secretary, thank you. Did anyone along the way tell you that the numbers or the records that Mr. Kramer was seeking might be located somewhere else, outside of your reach and the reach of the commission?
No, I didn't know that any records might be outside the reach of the department.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Member Stein, any questions you have for the parties?
Yeah, I just want to confirm with the petitioner, Mr. Kramer, that so is it the case that you did not feel the records that were provided were adequate because the numbers were combined and not separated? Is that the main reason?
Yes, that's the main reason. So I felt they had the information, and I felt that they had the records that they just to separate those figures.
Okay, and then for a question for Ms. Meyer, you had asked accounting, or you were going to ask accounting if they could give the further breakdown of those numbers. What was their response?
Well, that according to the Sunshine Ordinance, you have to submit existing records or existing documents, and these were the existing documents.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Okay, one or two more. Ms. Meyer, the combined numbers that went to Mr. Miller, do you know if at some point they have been separate numbers that somebody combined before that document was sent out to him, so that the separate numbers are contained somewhere else?
I would have no knowledge of that.
Okay, so you went to accounting, and the numbers that they gave you was a number that maybe it was never broken down. Maybe it was always just kept as that number.
That was my understanding, is that's how these records were kept. And if you look at these are not large grants. So I don't know, I'm not going to make any supposition about if they're paying for wages or what they're exactly paying for. But these are the numbers that were given to me. So this is what and the documents that existed that were given to me. So this is what I submitted.
Okay. And a question, Mr. Kramer's office, or Mr. Kramer, have you ever seen this particular sort of combination that was put together by some other agency in the city?
Yes, I have. Now, the most of the departments were finding, the information's very clear, very straightforward. There's some departments that are outliers that are not providing information, and some of them are saying that they just don't keep those records. At some point they were adding up figures, and they're just giving us the totals, and that all the records, the separate figures that were added, no longer exist.
Okay. Would there be a purpose for them to have those numbers separated out that you would expect would benefit them? Would you expect that the way they would do business with the numbers separated out in the conduct of their business?
You're asking if I sense a political motive.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Are you asking me if we sense that there may be some political motive?
Not specifically. I'm just wondering if you think that there's a reason why it would make more sense for these agencies to have these numbers broken down for purposes of their conduct of their own business. That's how they would keep these numbers in their documentation.
It doesn't make any sense because the calculations to reach those figures are done in very different ways, and just like a department, responding to us, well, we don't keep a budget, we don't record our expenditures, so therefore we don't have any records to share with you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Well, I don't have any other questions, Member Stein. Let's see. I think it looks like this case there was significant delay. Did you catch that from the file too?
No, I thought the request was made on December 23rd and the response was on January 4th, the original.
Okay, I thought they had kept sort of like giving them more over the next couple of months, but
I don't have that in my notes. I have to scan through, but I don't recall that there being a late issue.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What do you think?
I'm just looking at trying to see when these figures were provided. Again, it seems like they provided what they had. And even though you would imagine that these numbers, which were combined, were at one point separate and that there would be some record of that, I don't know, maybe the record of that was in what came over from the controller's office. And then maybe when they put it in their budget, they just added it up.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. And in cases like these, you know, we can speculate about what, may have been different or what may be out there that we don't know about. But I don't see a reason to think this might be like the last two cases. And I'm trying to figure out, what the possibilities are, but I don't necessarily see here either an indication that there would have been something else,
Right.
some sign that, like this wouldn't make any sense, that there's no way to keep this kind of documentation only, and they clearly, threw these numbers together, etc. It seems so far that it's feasible that, that's maybe this is all they got.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I don't know, with this one too, I probably would either be, I don't know if I see anything violation wise, unless it's a timing violation, and I don't even know if that's really there. So we could either do the recommendation of that, or we could just send it on with no recommendation. So I'll see what you think of that one.
Can send it with no recommendation at this point. Since you had the sense that there might have been lateness, I don't recall it from my notes, and it's not jumping out at me, but since there is a question, we could send it with no recommendation.
Okay, and then, maybe the task force sees it differently, and we're not, giving them a directed idea of what we think. So let's do that. You want to make the motion?
I move that we find that these records are public and under our jurisdiction, and we send it to the full task force with no recommendation.
Okay. Second. Public comment.
Yes, if anybody would like to make public comment, you can raise your hand at this time. Star 3 if you're on the line, or raise your hand through WebEx. I see no indication of additional callers or for public comment.
Let's have a vote.
Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Chair Schmidt?
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Moved by Member Stein, seconded by Chair Schmidt, that the records are public. There is jurisdiction, and to send the matter to the full task force with no recommendation.
Okay. Thank you. Next.
Okay. Item number 15, file number 22046, complaint filed by Giselle Rabi and Carl Kramer against Shireen McSpadden and the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and or complete manner.
Okay. And do we have someone present from the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing?
Yes, Jeff Hamilton is here. I'm the custodian of records for the department.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so we will hear from the petitioner first, and then for the respondent, up to 3 minutes each.
Mr. Kramer, are you ready to begin?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So on page 509, you see the initial request, the same as what was made in the other cases, and that was on December 23rd, and 20th we received the response, and on page 522, on February 3rd, I replied that we received the MCO figures for fiscal year 2019 to 2020, but not for fiscal year 2020 to 2021, and that we were also requesting the cost of doing business figures as separate figures. And then also on page 522, March 4th, I sent an email that it had not heard back on that. On page 521, on March 7th, that and sent the email that we're requesting the MCO amounts for 2021 and cost of doing business increases for 2019, 2020, and 2020, 2021. There was not a respondent's response with the file with this agenda packet, and that I did receive a phone call from Jeff Hamilton that you were asking earlier, as we heard from another department, that they did not save the figures once the amount is totaled. What Jeff was, what Mr. Hamilton was saying.
Thank you. So now we'll hear from the respondent. When Cheryl's ready, she'll start you out.
I'm sorry, I didn't, that name Jeff Hamilton, Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, I'm here. Jeff Hamilton.
Okay, are you ready to begin, sir?
I'm ready when you are.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good evening. So I didn't hear everything that Mr. Kramer said because he cut out a little bit here and there, but I'll just recount for you. We received the request in December 27th. We actually replied with 6 documents that I believe I forwarded to Cheryl, and I don't know if those were added to your packet or not, but we did respond with 6 documents that, according to Mr. Kramer in his response, provided some of the information he wanted, but not all of it. And he reiterated his request for the balance of what he was asking for as part of his original request. As a result of that narrowing or that clarifying on his part, I actually sat down with our contracts manager because I thought maybe I was misunderstanding the request or misunderstanding what we had provided. And she walked me through, how we calculate these numbers and what we're able to provide and what we don't have and so forth. And one of the things she told me was that in order to provide the numbers as discrete, incremental numbers that Mr. Kramer was asking for, we would have to go into 69 different nonprofit provider budgets and manually pull the data. I also asked the contracts manager whether we could in some manner query our financial database and pull a report with these numbers, and we do not have that capacity. So as a result of that, I closed the request on January 20th. I would mention a couple of other things. FYI, and I think David Pilpel referred to this, we get guidance from the controller and the mayor's budget office about how to calculate both the MCO and the CODB numbers, and we follow their guidance. And we are in compliance with that guidance. And while I'm sympathetic to Mr. Kramer's request for why he wants these numbers, we deny the allegation and we do not have responsive records. I would also point out one other thing that I think is interesting, which is we've had no complaints from any of our 69 providers, either that they weren't allocated the funds that were needed, nor have we received any complaints from their staffs that they were not being paid consistent with the minimum compensation ordinance or with the MCO. So we don't have any evidence in our system that we're not complying and that the funds are not being allocated and that the folks who work for the nonprofits are not being paid according to the MCO. So that's my statement. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Member Stein.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this kind of leaves us where we have been with some of the earlier items, just that there doesn't seem to be responsive documents beyond what were provided. So I might be inclined to forward it as potential public records under our jurisdiction, but with a recommendation for no violation.
What did you think of the timing here? It seemed like it was either right on time or pretty close. I don't know if there's a time.
I think it was what initial response was 4 days later. It was submitted 2 days before, Christmas. Initial response 4 days later. Yeah. Extension to January 20th. I thought it was still in the time range, but.
And I thought that Mr. Hamilton's explanation of what he did and his due diligence and is very specific about what it would take to, assemble the numbers in a certain way that's requested. I mean, that was compelling, I thought. I don't think all these cases are going to end up looking like these last few, but there does seem to be like these are cases where maybe in a different accounting system, you'd have the numbers like this, and then this is exactly what you're looking for. But they're just not necessarily kind of adding things up the same way. So I guess if you want to make that motion, I think I'll go along with you.
Okay, so I would move to find that these are public records that are under our jurisdiction, but we make a recommendation of no violation because we believe, well, I don't know, we haven't added this to the other ones, but I actually think it clarifies it to say that we believe that all the records that existed were provided.
I think it's implied.
I think it's implied, but it could still be, it could still be a tiny bit.
Like that's fine to add it.
Yeah.
Okay, I second.
Public comment?
Yes, we're down to the last few callers. So if you would like to make public comment, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 or otherwise raising your hand at this time. There's no indications for public commenters. I believe we can close public comment.
Let's have a vote.
Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Chair Schmidt?
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Moved by Member Stein, seconded by Chair Schmidt. The records are public. There is jurisdiction, and to send the matter to the full task force with no recommendation.
I think it was with recommendation of no violation.
All right.
Because the records.
That was it. That was
existing records were supplied.
Yeah.
With a recommendation for no violation. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
And we'll have one more. And it's a case with Mr. Kramer's office against the Arts Commission. Cheryl, could you call the case?
Item number 16, file number 22047, complaint filed by Giselle Robbie and Carl Kramer against Ralph Remington and the Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and or complete manner.
Okay. Could, if you're here on behalf of the respondents, the Arts Commission, could you state your name?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Komite with the Arts Commission.
Okay, great, thank you. So we'll hear from the petitioner first on this matter, and then for up to 3 minutes, and then from the respondent. So when Cheryl's ready, Mr. Kramer will hear your case on this.
Mr. Kramer, are you ready to begin?
Yes, I'm ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So on page 545, you'll see the initial request, and it was by both email and next request. And then we did receive a response on January 3rd that you'll see on page 548. And that was a string of emails regarding the MCO. And then page 553 is also an initial request by Manoush Mirzada. That may be because that she may have filed a complaint and the two complaints were combined. So we did not receive the cost of doing business figures for 2019 and 2020 are for 2020 to 2021 and for fiscal year 2021 to 2022. We on page 561 we had sent an email saying that we were looking at the string of emails they sent us, and there seemed to have been some kind of error in switching whether something was MCO funds or whether something was cost of doing business funds, and it looked like the both names were used for the same amount. So then we send an email to get that clarified. Get what is which one may have been inaccurate, and then also raising the question, what happened to cost of doing business allocations, and that allocation should be also applied to the other cultural centers. What we're seeing is it's only going to one cultural center, and there are other cultural centers that are eligible for cost of doing business increased funding and also MCO funding. The response that we got on page 561 was that a response is not required to answer a question, and that is not required by law. So we can feel that that without an answer to kind of what are the terms being used and whether there's whether a term was used incorrectly, kind of renders all the information we get from the string of emails to be meaningless.
Your time is up, sir.
Thank
you. Thank you. Okay, respondent.
Good evening. My name is Komite, Director of Communications for the San Francisco Arts Commission. I'm here to represent the Arts Commission on behalf of Director of Culture.
Oh, we better just hold on. We gotta get a timer.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I want to give you your fair time. And could you spell your name for me, please?
Sure. It's Coma, C-O-M-A, last name T-E.
Okay, and your position?
Director of Communications for the Arts Commission.
Thank you very much. You may begin.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Komite, Director of Communications for the Arts Commission, and I'm here to represent Director of Cultural Affairs, Ralph Remington, in response to complaint file number 20047. The complaint by Mr. Kramer alleges that Ralph Remington and the Arts Commission violated section 67.21 by failing to respond in a timely manner. The department received the original request on Thursday, December 23rd. A duplicate request was submitted by Mr. Kramer online via next request on Friday, December 24th. As that was a city legal holiday, the Arts Commission offices were closed. Staff responded to Mr. Kramer the next business day after receiving the request on Monday, December 27th, to inform him of the receipt of the original request and that any public records requests received after the close of business or on weekends or holidays are considered received the next business day. We conducted a diligent search for records responsive to the original request and identified responsive records and provided those documents in a PDF compilation and released them to Mr. Kramer on January 3rd before completing and closing the requests later that afternoon. The approximate total number of days between receiving the request and releasing the documents was between 5 business days or 7 weekdays, including weekends, so well within the 10 days required following receipt of the request. We did acknowledge that we did receive a follow-up question, but as stated, questions are not considered public records requests, so we're not required to answer them, but we did provide all responsive records that we had to Mr. Kramer.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay, it's time for us to have any questions we may have. Member Stein, any questions?
I don't have any new questions.
Okay, okay. For Mr. Kramer, I just want to ask you, right at the end of your presentation, you said that when you went back to the Arts Commission, it was because you thought they were, I don't know, were they using terms incorrectly, or you wanted to know like a definition or what they meant by certain things because it didn't look right. Could you just explicate a little more on that, what it was you were looking for?
Sure, and you'll find it in the middle paragraph on page 561. I said I'd like to get some further information. It does not need to be a document. I just want some clarification. Jaron Bonilla asked in a January 29th, 2021 email to Kevin Kwan, please advise on how best to administer AAACC's COBD allocation of $1,442. An email from Sally Ma in the mayor's office on January 19th, 2021 said arts allocation of MCO funds from the $1.5 million is $1,442. The $1,442 is most likely MCO funds, which is different than CODB or cost of doing business, which is a percentage increase of the total nonprofit budget. Question is, what happened to the CODB allocations for fiscal year 2019 to 2020 and fiscal year 20 to 21? And this also should be applied to all the other cultural centers.
Okay. So you're wondering what happened to certain allocations. Okay.
Well, in one email, they're referring to it as a CBD allocation, which sounds like a cost of doing business allocation. The other email is referred to as MCO fund. So, and it's dealing with the same figure.
So it's about sort of the clarification of the terms. Like, are they using the terms correctly?
Yeah, which one of those is incorrect? So, which email was incorrect?
Okay. And to the respondent, and so when you were asked about that, your department thought that this is not really a public records request. It's more of it's a asking of questions. It's submitting questions. So you didn't think it should be treated as something, you know, a sunshine issue. Is that fair to say?
Yes, yes, sir. Because it clearly stated in the question, we're not seeking any documents, and for Sunshine, you know, we would be more than happy to provide any documents that were requested, but this was a question, and we provided all documents, in these case, strings of emails or related documents to Mr. Kramer on January 3rd.
Okay, thank you. No more questions. Member Stein, it's our turn to figure out what we want to do.
Yeah, so I don't know. I have scanned the Sunshine Ordinance to try to answer whether this kind of, you know, clarifying question or question trying to probe the limits or meaning of the information that you got, you know, fits as a Sunshine request. I can't really find anything that suggests that it does. And then if, you know, unless you have an argument as to why it should be considered part of the request, or why the custodian has a duty to, you know, answer sort of interpretive questions or questions about inconsistencies in documents and so on, then it does seem to me to be a bit like the other cases where the documents were given. There doesn't seem to be more documents than this. I'm not, you know, I understand there could be a lack of clarity in the documents and the way that the numbers are being reported, maybe because they're being conflated, or maybe for some other reason. But I'm just not sure that we can get at that within the scope of the Sunshine Ordinance.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one too, and I actually feel like this one may even be more cut and dry, because there doesn't seem to be a sort of the idea that, oh, there may be other documents out there. It's really, this one's about, well, maybe there's something wrong with the documents that actually were produced. Like there's mistakes, you know, that they're undefined, etc. And that to me sounds like we're getting outside of Sunshine and we're getting into policy making. And you know, I think when we get to the idea that we can, you know, enforce questions, I think we're getting pretty far outside the scope of the Sunshine CPRA Brown Act, because it's got to be somehow based in existing documents, and this one is pretty far detached from that. So yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it on this one. I think this. I have to recommend, you know, a finding of no violation. So I'll make that motion. They are public records. They're within our jurisdiction, but our recommendation is that there's no finding of a violation.
Yeah, I will have to second that.
Okay. So let's see if there's any public comment.
Yes, we're down to our last 3 people in our attendee list. If you'd like to make public comments, you can raise your hand now by hitting *3, or otherwise indicating you'd like to raise your hand. I see no indication for public comment at this time. I believe we can close public comment.
I guess if we waited around another hour and a half, maybe Pilco would come back. tends to do that kind of thing. Okay, so let's have a vote.
Chair Schmidt?
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Member Stein. That the records are public, there is jurisdiction, and to send the matter to the full task force with a recommendation for no violation.
All right, next item.
Item number 17, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the complaint committee.
I'll have one item, but I'll see first if Member Stein has it.
I'll just make two quick comments, which is that 18 agenda items does seem like a lot of agenda items for one meeting, and I just want to register that. And 13, hearing 13 complaints is a lot to hear in one meeting. I understand in this case they were closely related, but still it was a lot to go through. So I hope we're not going to see too many 18 agenda item meetings. And then, as I think I might have indicated, I hope that the proposal that we made back in February is somewhere in the works to go forward to the full task force about how to improve the hearing processes, because as we saw again tonight, I think there is some confusion about, is this a hearing? Is it not a hearing? We're having to kind of hear the cases to understand if they're complete, and then it can feel to the petitioners and respondents as if these are multiple hearings when it goes forward to the full task force. And I think there's a lot of room to improve the process or make it more efficient so that cases are heard basically in their entirety one time for a decision to be made, or maybe heard in their entirety but then sent to a consent calendar or whatever it might be. And I think we're moving in that direction. But I would like to see the proposal that we talked about back in February get somewhere, and I'm wondering if you can provide an update on that.
Yeah, and the second item that you have is what I was going to sort of mention. The first item, I do apologize. 13 is too many, and I don't think it would ever happen again. I'm not sure exactly the sort of stream of consciousness thinking that went into ending up with 13. The part of it was that there was this grouping, and so I thought, well, there's no way they're all going to end up on, and often get a certain number and then it gets taken way down by the end. Nothing disappeared this time. So, but it's not gonna, I won't even start at 13 next time. I'll start at like 8 or 9 and see how that whittles down. But yeah, I apologize. It was too much.
It's okay. I just had to register it.
Yeah. No. I appreciate you doing that. As to the proposal, that is something where, we passed it. It was, a thing that was sent, somewhere. I don't know where it goes. It goes in. And I assumed it would appear before us, the task force. I don't, I told Chair Wolf about it like 2.5 months later. He said he never heard of it. I don't understand how, what he's talking about there. But then he knows about it. And then in June, he tells me, or May or June, he says it's going to be on the next meeting. And it wasn't, and it wasn't again. So I know Cheryl's on the loop on this to some extent, but I'll ask Cheryl if she has heard anything. We haven't shared about that proposal we had way back in February.
I have heard nothing.
Okay.
So maybe we should just send a little note to Chair Yankee just to make sure it hasn't fallen off his radar.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, at this point, other people who are a little more skeptical than I am, would think that, there's maybe some slow walking that's been going on down here. But we'll see what Mr. Yankee has to say. Because I know some people will probably rankled by some of the suggestions in our proposal. Not that that means it's not worthy, but I'll check back. In fact, I'll write a note to myself to specifically, tell Chair Yankee that we want this thing, to move forward. Yeah, because I don't want you guys to have to feel like, well, we got to deal with these same things and rules because it disappeared at that other place.
Mhm.
Okay, does that clarify?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got it written down.
I don't know what happened to it. It just kind of floated around.
I mean, we could send a note to Chair Yankee, but I think we'd get better progress if we just spoke to Bruce about what he meant and what he wanted. I mean, I have no problem doing that, speaking to him.
Yeah.
But, and so when I send him an email, I will CC Matthew and, that way we'll both get the response.
Okay, yeah. Tell them we're putting this on first because it's so important and so well done that. Well, you could say I said that. Okay. All right.
Anything else?
Right. Thanks everyone for your time.
We're not done yet.
Yeah, we better allow public
We don't have a motion, but did we want to allow for public comment?
Yes.
If anyone would like to make public comment, you can raise your hand now. There is no public comment on this item.
All right. Next up.
Item number 18, adjournment. I have 10:08.
I can make a motion to adjourn.
Make the motion? Okay. Second. We're
Okay, that's us. That's tonight.
okay.
All right.